you all for coming here. Thanks to those who aren't here who are watching on live stream. And there are a lot of folks out there. Appreciate you guys coming. It means a lot. We'll start with Pastor Dan. So you're running around. Here he is. Dan's going to lead us in invocation.
Thank you very much. Great to be here as always. Words from Paul to the Corinthians and also to us. There are different kinds of gifts, but the same Spirit. There are different kinds of service, but the same Lord. There are different kinds of working, but the same God that works all of them in all of us. Gracious God, we give you thanks for giving us the different gifts and abilities that we have for serving. Lord, we pray that you would be with this council as they would use their gifts and abilities to do the work that you call them to do in this town, so that Carolina Beach would continue to be a great place to live and to visit. Inspire them, nurture them, and guide them in all that they do. This we pray in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, before I motion to adopt the agenda, Kim, did you add, it's an 11th hour yet, but closed session for personnel matter? Okay, thank you for that addition. Any other from council?
I would like to add to the agenda a discussion to hire an outside consultant to perform an organizational analysis of the police department, which would also include the hiring process and criteria used to evaluate candidates and our organizational structure.
One last motion is to remove item 7D from the agenda. 7D, that's annual committee appointments. So with those three amendments to the agenda,
I believe it's F, 7F.
7D on the slip here.
Okay.
7F. Okay, 7F. So with those three modifications to the agenda,
Are we push that off to July and looking to re-advertise?
say that again, Jim.
Are we looking to re-advertise for all those committees as well?
Yes, Kim, how will that go?
Yes.
Come back to us at the July council,
Yes, that's correct.
and we'll need to have a discussion on the item that Councilmember Shuttleworth added, either at the July council, unless there's another time you'd like to do it.
I'd like to do it tonight.
Let's
I'd
do
like
it.
to have a discussion
not
to hire an
that.
outside consultant to look at the police department. I think we can have that discussion tonight.
Let's do it. Down with that. Okay, with those three modifications, I make a motion to adopt the agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Consent agenda.
You know I got questions.
I know you do, so I look to the left.
Debbie, for the consent agenda for the annual write-offs of the outstanding accounts, how many repeat offenders do we get annually?
It's not necessarily the same repeat offenders. This is usually accounts that are closed for whatever reason. They got behind on it, and a lot of times these accounts are closed out. However, we're not waiving our rights to collections. We're just removing it from the books because the auditors don't like to see us carrying that on there as a receivable for an extended period of time. We do turn those accounts over to debt set off. So if they get tax refunds or they get lottery winnings, we can collect some of that money reimbursed.
Sounds good to me.
Anything else, Jody?
Is the police server on the same server as our IT equipment? Because I see that we're covering costs for repairs on that.
Sheila, I believe that's a separate server, is it not? The police server.
separate.
I have one item. Madam Attorney, on the consent agenda, item D.
Yes.
Do I need to pull that off of there so I don't vote on that since I have a financial interest in the ERS Investment LLC?
You shouldn't, you don't need to pull it, you're just setting the public hearing. That won't have anything to do with determining
Okay.
what the outcome of that is, and you will not be voting on that matter.
Okay.
Anything else from council?
I'm cool on that.
Okay. Yeah. With that motion to adopt, I make a motion to adopt the consent agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. First up, Brenda, June, July. Presentations. for special events.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'm going to do the special events, and we did change the formatting at the 12th hour today, so you're not going to recognize this as the same thing that you have in your packet. We have decided, because we have the we're going to do the weekly summer events because they happen every week during the summer. So we're just reminding everybody of everything that's going on during the week during the summer. And here are all the movies for June and July. So I'll be listing those every month. We just thought it was redundant to do it every month. There are no new June events, but we do have July events. Don't you like those pictures? I searched and searched. We have the double sprint triathlon that is going to be Saturday the 13th from 7 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. This is a repeat triathlon. They swim, run, bike, run, swim. The CB Swim, it starts at Alabama and it ends at Hamlet on Sunday the 14th from 8 to 10. It will always end at Hamlet, but it may start, they swim in the direction of the tide or the direction of the waves. So they may start in the opposite direction depending on which way it's going that day. East Coast Gatamon King Mackerel Classic is July 12th through the 14th. And I have some maps here. This is the triathlon. This is the swim. This is the route of the run. And this is the route of the biking going and coming. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Did we stop doing family night on Tuesdays?
No, we have not, and thank you.
Because that's not on there at all.
It is not, but I will make sure that it's on there next month. And we do have family night every Tuesday.
Yeah, it starts next
That's right, it's not on there because it hasn't started yet.
June 18th.
It hasn't started yet, sir.
It starts in June. We're talking about June. Please be on top of it.
So what is the day that starts? Is that when school's out, Brenda?
June 18th.
June 18th.
Okay, so June 18th. Is there any road closures on the 13th?
No, ma'am. Let me see. For the run?
Right.
No, there is not. I know you would think there were here, but Setup does this, and they're a professional organization, and they don't ask for much from us, and they do all the guarding, road closure. They do use some of our officers for that event. But it's so early in the morning, ma'am, and everything, you know, it goes real smooth, real quick, and they've never had any problems with it.
When you say early in the morning, what time does it start?
Pardon me?
What time does it start?
It starts at 7 a.m. and they'll be done by 10:30 a.m. They're pretty quick. These aren't just anybody. They're professional. I think of them as professionals. It's not somebody like me out there. So you'd be waiting till the next day. I mean, any other questions?
No, thanks. Thanks, Brenda.
Thank you.
Okay. Ed, I guess this is you.
Yes, sir.
You get to take the shots. Not literally.
Give me 1 second to get this on. Okay, Mayor Council, I want to start with our land use plan update. Is moving forward quickly, and we have several meetings coming this summer before we finalize the plan. June 20th, we have another steering committee meeting to review the draft plan. That's at 6 p.m. in this room. July 16th is an open house. That is something that Planning Department has done quite a bit of advertising for. It's drop in, review the land use plan. We'll have the room set up, different stations to review different aspects of the plan. So hoping for a good turnout. Jeremy's done quite a bit of advertising for that. So just want to put a plug in for that. August 8th, we're looking to invite Town Council to our regularly scheduled planning and zoning meeting. And that will be to review the draft land use plan. So we'll be advertising that if it looks good to council, but that's our hope, is to get you in the room and have some good discussions with our planning board about the land use plan. And the final adoption at your regular meeting in September, we have it scheduled right now unless anything changes for the adoption of the plan. And of course after that it will go back and need to be approved by the state. We also started a watershed plan. We started working on this last fall, and we've had a few meetings. We just had our first meeting with council involved, and unfortunately I wasn't able to be at that, but I understand most of the council was able to attend. It was on June 6th. We're going to have North Carolina Coastal Federation come back to your July meeting and review the different aspects of that plan. So that's a watershed plan. We have that question all the time from the community: is where's my stormwater go, or where's my stormwater come from? This plan will outline what those watersheds are, and it also is a state-approved plan, and it opens up a lot of grant opportunities for stormwater improvements, BMPs, and stormwater is kind of a big topic here, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, and add to that, their focus is entirely different. The Canal Drive Flood Committee, but they've offered their services to help if there's any need for them to do so, the 9-member committee. So
Awesome.
I'll let them know if you think that, as their liaison, if you think
Sure.
more.
Once that's adopted, I think they would be a good asset to help us identify and go after those grants. And we'll keep working with them on that. Council wanted an update on our police vehicle. We did lose a vehicle on Freeman Park. And I've got the vehicle value at the top line and the equipment value. We did have this covered by insurance, so the reimbursement we received is the $45,500 there, and replacement vehicles just coming at just over what we'll get back, and then the equipment cost is probably about the same. We don't have all that costed out, but we should be just under or just over the reimbursement cost. And also, this is a property that we own, 1710 Carolina Beach Avenue North. We've been looking at it for several years, and council was interested in some of the options for the property. On the right-hand side of the screen, there's a plan that McKinnon Creek put together several years ago. It's got some decking, viewing area. It's got some porta potties on the site, and then some handicap parking. And we thought about also potentially including some sidewalks to get access down to the pier, up north to the pier from this site as well. We went forward with a plan like that. On the left-hand side is, okay, what if we didn't keep the property and we wanted to market it? Is it buildable? So we did look at the property. You have your center line of your rocks, and then which is your building line, and then you have your setback from there, And this 60-foot CAMA buffer is basically this box that I'm outlining with the arrow. So everything in here cannot have a structure, but it can have different things once a home is built. This is zoned for residential. So if a home was built, you could have in that buffer area decking, you could have a pool, there's a minimum gazebo you could have. So there's some minimum stuff you could have, similar to what we've done on the right side of the screen.
So Ed, let me ask a couple of questions, because we had a citizen that came to us and said that we need to quit owning the property, we ought to sell it. That's been a conversation in the community for a number of years. We paid several $100,000 for it. At the time the town ended up buying it, there was a land plan approved that showed a footprint of a house on it. You can see in your photograph a footprint of the house to the south of it. So I asked you guys to tell us what today's building code would allow. And are you saying that today's building code, they could do a 250 square foot footprint?
So this area, short answer, yes.
Let's do short answers because it's going to be
Yes.
a long meeting.
Yes.
Is there the ability to do to go to CAMA and get a variance on that 60-foot CAMA buffer?
There,
Could a homeowner go and ask CAMA for relief to do something and build a residential structure outside of that green box?
you could ask for a variance. It's most likely, you would probably have to ask for a rule change. I don't know that you could ask for a variance.
What's the likelihood of that happening?
Yeah, a variance was applied for by a previous property owner in 2005 and was denied.
And we just sent that.
And was told to apply for a variance from the town, and subsequently a variance was granted from a 20-foot setback to a 10-foot setback for that property.
But now, since then, we went through a CRC rule change and came up with a build 2 line and came back with certain setback lines. And based on the rock structure out there, that's what those red lines represent?
Correct.
Thank you, Jeremy. So, at the end of the day, the simple path forward would allow a homeowner, if they wanted to try and build something, they would have a 250 square foot footprint that they could try and build a house in.
That black area, yes, sir.
Okay. So given that, the likelihood of us selling that for $250,000, even though it's oceanfront, would probably be
0 to none.
You're not going to build a house on that property, is the bottom line.
okay. So can we?
So the parking deck looks cool right there, that those tables and what about?
Well, that's what we talked about for the last several years. So at some point, can we put it on the list down the road to figure out what we're going to do with it, rather than just sitting there collecting weeds and trash?
On the list, where's Jerry? Yes, sir.
Just so I make sure that our resident that asked if we could sell it, because they told us they could build a house on it. I don't see him here tonight, but I'm sure he's listening at home. He's a good friend of ours, so that's fine.
He's a good friend. Terrible. Hey, Ed, real quick on that last one, orientate us. Is the top of the image on the right East Ocean?
Yes, this is the rock, so this would be the ocean.
Okay. Wasn't
Sorry, different
Thanks.
profiles on that screen.
map oriented.
I just wanted to put this for clarification, Clarendon multi-use path. We adopted a resolution back in January, and this is part of the budget this year. We are looking at moving forward with this project. It's a multi-use path along Clarendon, and you've got in your resolution down here, right here, what's in our budget is our match, which is $136,613.
Wait, better back up to that, Ed.
Sure.
We approved as a council, if I remember correctly, in January, we approved to move forward and pledge the match dollars.
Yes, sir.
So that's in this year's budget.
Yes, sir.
Okay. However, we also commented that we would allow, or we should, and encourage a public meeting so that our residents could come back in and re-review the plan that was approved by council a number of years ago, showing where the trail was, the width of the trail, some of the specifics on the location. I know we had some residents that showed up and said they weren't happy with what was approved before. So would it be possible to have Jerry here update us on what this process is and why this one won't take 3 years that KURE did?
We could have, and we've already got the final design that's been engineered. So I don't want to give a misconception that we're going to redesign it unless that's something you want to look at. That would potentially delay, but I can let Jerry talk about the
We were
timeline.
looking for a redesign as much as we were looking for an opportunity for the public to come forward and hear a presentation on what's
Okay.
going to be done. Because it's been 4.5 years since we
Sure.
had that.
We could definitely do that.
Thanks. Yeah, and a rendering like we had with Harper, that would be very useful. So I think absolutely.
Right.
Thanks, Dave.
I'm gonna go through these. These are KURE Lake Park intersection improvements that DOT has come back supporting. The first one's already been installed. The audible signals that give you audible notice when you can't cross Lake Park Boulevard. And then DOT is also considering the following improvements, which include a leading pedestrian interval. Basically, everybody will be stopped and the pedestrians will have the opportunity to start walking, which will give more visibility for vehicles once they're entering the intersection that, okay, there are pedestrians that are starting to walk, so they can have a little bit of time before they start making a left turn or moving out the intersection. A flashing yellow left turn signal as opposed to green, just giving a little bit more notice that you need to look out for vehicles and pedestrians. Making the crosswalks need to be upgraded, so they're going to look at upgrading those to their current standards. And then the last two were improvements for line of sight that they recommended, which was relocating the pedestrian push button and the crosswalk head to improve the line of sight so it's more visible.
And is this suggestions from DOT, or is this something we asked for? I remember in our discussions with them, these were a couple of things that they mentioned that they would consider doing.
These are things that they're recommending and considering. I don't think we've gotten final notice from them that they're putting these in, but these are what they're looking at putting in, and we're still working within the plan to implement these. I don't have a timeline yet, but this is what we're anticipating seeing in that intersection.
And for the public, the audible signals were already scheduled even before all the incidents had occurred, so that had just came in at about the same time. So they had already planned to put in the audible signals.
And then these are things that we would go back and have to put in encroachment requests with DOT, but they came back and said they would be supportive of it. These aren't necessarily at KURE and Lake Park, but the collapsible bollards at the non-signalized crosswalks, like we put near the Greenway, and back-to-back signage so you can see them from both directions. Refuge Island at Atlanta would be a safety improvement. That's something that we would have to talk to a traffic engineer and have designed if we want to move forward with that type of improvement. Number 4 is a Hamlet Lake Park stoplight. That's something that DOT has recommended, and our staff has been working with them, and they're searching and very hopeful that they can fund that through the state versus any local funds. So we're hoping that moves forward without the town having to contribute, but there might be some cost share. Number 5, crosswalk painting schemes that are within DOT guidelines. It's something that they were willing to look at. And this is all on DOT right-of-ways. And then surveillance cameras and solar speed limit indicators. So if someone is going above the speed limit, the speed limit would flash. They're susceptible to having some of those. And all these we would have to present a plan and encroachment agreement, so they would take some time.
And just a little clarification, I thought, and the chief might have to speak to this, but I thought we had already ordered the speed limiter indicators. Now, I'm getting a yes from Brian. So we have ordered how many, chief?
I think we've got 2 right now, correct?
We have them. And
So I think those are for town streets? Right, so this would be for DOT right.
so I would encourage us to go ahead and move forward with that since we have the permission.
Okay.
Hey, and regarding, I read through the whole DOT response. Lots have come back with us for encroachment requests at various discrete places. Can we consolidate the 8 or 9 encroachments into one request since they apply to the same road, state
So-
highway?
Good, that's a very good question, and that is something that Brian Stanberry, our Public Works Director, had requested, and he's been pushing for, and he's gotten a positive response for. So
On the consolidated end.
on consolidating those, so far it looks like they're going to let us do that. So.
Saves them time, it saves us time, and it gets some of these measures implemented quicker. It's
So thank you, Brian,
common
for
sense.
moving that forward.
Ed,
Yes, sir.
in the past, I brought up the idea of switching the parking between Cape Fear and Harper. Compact vehicles, the ones that stick out versus the parallel. Because during the afternoon times, you have to literally take your bike behind those vehicles so you're inside of traffic. Most vehicles that stick out are bigger pickup trucks. So if we can limit those to compact vehicles, pedestrian safety is going to be a little bit better because you can't hit those sidewalks because not people that are walking on them.
Right, on Lake Park, we did talk to Lanier, because you brought that up, and we are hoping to go ahead and move forward with signing those so they're compact in that area.
Thank you.
So, appreciate that. We'll make sure that's moves forward. So not supportive of, and again, I want to emphasize, just because they're saying these are not supported, these are DOT streets, so Lake Park Boulevard, Dow Road, Ocean are our DOT streets. And honestly, when you're looking at these, there are certain areas where speed bumps and humps are advantageous, and it's not those areas. And same thing with raised crosswalks, there's some town streets where that
I
might
believe their reply was in subdivisions, correct?
Yeah.
Right, for some, like a school parking lot, subdivision, those types of things, there might be areas where you want to see these types of things.
I read a lot in that dissertation, and that was one of the ones that I came away with. Good one to get out in the public domain.
So, you know, give you.
And so the DOT, just the public, made it clear to us that their main concern was to move traffic. That's their job, is to move traffic through town. And we haven't given up on the winter in Lake Park, like we've asked them to come back and study again this summer. We didn't ask for the hamlet in Lake Park, but that's what they came back and said, that our traffic counts would support the hamlet stoplight. So just for your information, we're not giving up on the other light.
And last question on the
Thank you.
DOT issue,
Good.
or the DOT, the initiative. So we're going to go back to the points of contact that are listed that DOT offers in their response. Get back to them formally in writing. What's the ballpark estimate on when we think we'll hear back from them on an approval to proceed? And I'm looking at.
I might have to, Brian, I don't know if you want to come up and.
I don't want to, pin you down to a date, Brian, but maybe something that you can share as it becomes a little bit more
Heads up.
firm, solid, right?
Yeah, I'd say probably 30 to 45 days when we submit. So, they understand the need and they want to help us.
So if we submit at the end of the week, hypothetically, maybe mid-July, end of July, we'll get something back from them that says proceed at X, Y, and Z locations.
I would hope. Yes.
Okay, so we'll keep following up
And it's
with
a
you on
district
that.
office as well.
Thanks for championing this. It's good.
Since we're speaking about that, out on the table out there, we left a handful of flyers and bumper stickers for Be a Looker. So if you came in, grab one. If you're leaving, grab one. Education is a huge piece that helps our visitors and our residents. So feel free to grab one of those and hook your car with a bumper sticker.
So Town Marina, I did our first license agreement today for the west side, which will be starting on the 15th. I will say that I had 8 folks interested on the wait list, and so far only one of them, now that I came back to them and said, okay, it's time to go, only one of them said, yes, I want a slip. So I will go back and advertise and try to get some more, and hopefully some people will hear tonight. So we are going to look to fill just for this summer, because I know I've repeated this over and over, but we're trying to fill it for this summer. And then we're still hopeful that we can move forward with the rebuild of the east and south side, and we'll have to move both over.
Since we do have a lot of people here, would you mind kind of explaining that just a little bit, that even if you did run a slip on the west side? Go ahead.
The one that we did today was June 15th through September 15th. And typically we do a year-long license agreement and renew every year. This one is shorter, and we put it in there that it will terminate at that point, because we are anticipating and hoping to get a reimbursement or money from FEMA so we can rebuild the east and south side of the town marina. If we do that, we're going to need, we don't want to tell our long-standing charter boat captains to go away. We'd like to have somewhere to put them, which would be the west side.
So for the public, that is a short-term lease, which is not a bad thing. You can kind of try your business and see how it does for a couple of months, and you're not obligated to a year on the west side. And we had hurricane damage during Florence to the east side, which has to be repaired.
Yes, ma'am.
Good job on this, Ed, by the way.
Good job.
Accelerating the fills, that's one good reason.
So I'll go through this real brief. There's a few things that are still outstanding, but I want to go ahead and get the west side open. The transition plates are taking a little longer than we wanted to come in, so we're going to put some temporary plywood down for safety. The parking still has to be laid out. That should be done by the 15th, so I don't think that will be an issue. And then Brian and I have worked on signage for the marina, and we're hoping to have that up by the 15th too. So hopefully the signage will look really nice. We've spent quite a bit of time on that. And I'm at meeting with our marina engineer this Thursday, 2 p.m., sorry. 1400, to review our submittal, and hopefully with our FEMA official, I'll be reviewing our submittal, and we'll have cost estimates by Thursday, and we can hopefully move forward with FEMA and get an answer soon. So we've been waiting for that day for quite some time. So. We also heard back from Matsu about our request for putting spoils out on, well, we didn't hear, we heard back that they would get back to us by the end of the week. So I put up here what we requested, which is number one, we would want to have the spoils on the site for up to 5 years. And then the rest of them are ways that we think we can utilize the spoils on the wastewater treatment site itself. So there's a headworks project, which is the beginning of the wastewater treatment plant, that takes quite a bit of fill material. There's road repairs where we wanted to raise those roads to help with stormwater management. And there's some stormwater management, best management practices that we think we can implement to prevent flooding, like on the wastewater treatment plant campus like we saw in Florence. And then the last one on here is we're still working on the joint land use study. Specifically, myself and the mayor have been one of those meetings, and one of their recommendations is they promote berming, which would be a safety thing for our wastewater treatment plant community, to have some berming around the plants. So we think we can incorporate some of that. So we're hopeful that we'll get good news on Friday or shortly thereafter.
And Ed, who knows, some of that material that comes out of the lake, maybe they have a use for it too. We turn it around into something that they may have to, erosion control. Anyway, yeah, I saw the note. Thanks for sharing it. You're the town manager this week, so thanks for taking charge on that directly with Malcolm. They wanted to get something by the end of the week to Colonel Carlisle. That's what I read.
Right.
Spoke to her today. She's in Montana this week on vacation. She's back on Monday, so she knows what's what will be.
Won't be late.
So
So it
that's
probably
good.
won't be Friday, it sounds like, but hopefully.
She, yeah, she's her own quick review before coming back to us. Thanks.
I want to briefly go through some of our projects, and some of this might be more budget discussion for later on, but we are moving forward with Phase C and hoping to start that project later in the fall. And that is basically Harper Avenue, and then the adjacent streets, Goldsboro, Wilson, Lumberton, Florence Avenue is where we'll be going back and replacing all the water, sewer, and enhancing, improving the stormwater in all those areas. So it's a big project for the town. This is the water. The blue areas is where we have a low interest loan, and the magenta areas are where we would have town, your traditional general obligation bond.
Let's slow down on that one for a second.
Sure.
Because that is part of the budget process we're going to want to talk about with the utilities. This is Phase C, which has not, it has no funding in place to do any of this work today. Is that correct, Debbie?
We do have the 2 state loans in place,
So those are the
a
two.
portion of it.
That's the blue.
Right, well, when we met this afternoon, Debbie, you told me we had Phase C, water and sewer streetscape for a loan amount of 8.5, that you were out to ask for that. And a Phase 3 sewer for 1.3 and a Phase C water for 1.7.
Correct, those 2 smaller pieces are the only only loans we've been approved for so far.
So those are the state loans.
Yes.
So we've been approved for them, but they have not been funded yet. So what I'm getting at is one of the reasons that you explained to me that you think we need the increase in utilities is we've got to now cover another just for those two, it's $178,000 in debt service annually for 20 years. And you're seeking a 15-year loan for another $8.5 million, which would be a total of 926 just for those 3 right there that are not currently in our debt service. Is that
Correct.
so? Last year we didn't pay that $926,000 in debt service.
Correct.
That would be new debt service that we need to pay,
Yep.
which we have to cover somehow. Okay, just so, because that hasn't been clear to us through this budget cycle to date, at least now. Okay.
And this is the same area, just showing sewer. We're also have another project that we've been planning, and I just wanted to show the project area, which is the north end. The square boxes just show what the individual design sheets would show if we're looking at those. This is a similar project in that we have low interest loans from the state. The permitting is in place through the state, but the state review officers for the low interest loan are requesting additional standards above what the state standards. So this is a potential delay in this project. Right now, if we go with the low interest loan with additional review, we will have to assess all the lift stations in this area all the way down to lift station number 1 on Raleigh. And there could likely be additional improvements required. So if we go that route, it may cost more to improve those to the standards that they want versus doing the project without the low interest loan. So we're trying to find that number for council, is what would be the cost if we do under state permitting without the low interest loan, and what would be the cost if we go under these higher standards that the states.
And what Debbie prepared for us earlier was we have 2 state loans at 1.53% interest for 20 years. One is the North End Sewer and one is the North End Water. For $3.4 million worth of debt for another $198,000 worth of loan payments that we hadn't had last year. So now we're up to 926 plus another 200,000. We're at 1.1 in new debt service. Is that the way you're understanding that? Because this is new data to us.
So I think I'm putting the same thing you're reading from on the screen. So your current loan amounts that we have, and then your annual payment is the 2.561, and then we're looking at a new debt service adding on to that is a 1.2. So you're going to 3.776.
So when we get to the discussion of utility rates, we have a rate that we're at today.
Right.
There's been a proposal from management to go up 10%. Some people on council have said don't raise it at all, and some people said we might live with 5%.
Yes, sir.
I believe what our finance director explained to us is that we need, if we're going to do these projects that are listed in blue up above, we need to come up with another $1.2 million in revenue in the utility department.
Yes, sir. And those
And that
are,
does not include the north end stormwater, which there's no loan for, but earlier today you told me that could be another $11 million.
we don't have the total cost on that, but yeah, it could be substantial.
Right.
There, and down here at the bottom, you do have, here's what your 10% water sewer would be, and here's what your 5% would be.
So right now we have a little over $27 million in utility debt that we've incurred over the last couple of years doing these projects. It's caused us to raise the rate a couple of times.
Yes, sir.
And it's been a hard swallow. Now we're suggesting that the community has come to us with another $15.5 million worth of projects, which is going to cost us another $1.2 million in annual debt service. And we got to cover that. So we can either cover that by raising rates at some levels or stalling out how long it takes to do these projects. I mean,
Well, the northern one's gonna kick in next year.
well, none of them, we don't have to do any of them.
We don't.
I mean, we don't, so that's the budget question and discussion that at some point later tonight, I guess, that we need to get to after your managers. But I mean, you're in
Right.
the middle of it. Okay.
And this is these are additional projects on the horizon. So just something, these are not in the budget or are not, but all these are projects that council is looking at. So I tried to put some numbers next to them so you can see what what we're looking at. And I'll let you look at that. I can answer any questions on it. I know some of the ones that we've been interested in is the Hamlet Avenue bathroom and lifeguard station is down there.
You say on the horizon, are you talking within 1 year or 1 to 3 years? Because that's about 35 million.
We haven't set a deadline for any of these.
But he's saying on the horizon, what do you roughly anticipate, a year, 3 years?
So the headworks,
Horizon.
15H, and the storage tank, we're looking in the next couple of years. These three.
The $4.5 million, that's a utility cost that Mark has been talking about in the next couple of years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then these, as you say, council's looking at, but Ed, the way I understand these items, these are either citizen initiatives that have come to council members and said, these are projects we'd like to look at, or staff has said, these aren't just something that council sits in the back room and says, hey, we need to think about maybe doing this backflow prevention on Southwest outfalls for 120 grand.
Yeah, some
So
of the
when you
stuff
say
like,
council's considering these on the horizon, it's not something I mean, these are all questions that have come from the community on how to.
Right, but we have seen this before.
Right.
we've seen it, and the state, any of these, the state mandate, like the water storage, based
With the
on,
water treatment facility, we're getting close to capacity there, and that's something that would be mandated at a certain point.
The water treatment would be if that big number there, if we tried to put everything through one water treatment facility, so we tried to keep it separate in 3 different facilities, that number could go down. So that's why I wasn't emphasizing that top project. I think there's some better ways we can.
But Headworks is what we've been discussing, because that's what
Yes,
we
sir.
talked about, where we could put the spoils and blades, so.
Right, that's the one I talked about earlier where we, and that's the one that the wastewater treatment plant operator, Bill Raymond, had said we need to focus on.
So one of the things management had asked us to do is over the next couple of months after we get through a budget cycle is to sit down and come up with some prioritizing. So to answer Jodian's question, how far out is the horizon on some of these, right? No, we think we need to come up with some kind of prioritization for staff.
There's some blanks in here too, and these are our top 5 stormwater priorities. So we'll be filling these numbers in the next, engineer was supposed to get those back to us by early July, so we'll be filling those numbers.
And for the top 4 utility projects, I assume that our ask in a 5-year lease with Matsu would be to maintain wastewater treatment plant. Well 15H is beyond the easement in their property, but the $3 million water tank would ideally be. Yeah. Anyway, the water tank, right, to go in there.
And that's the replacement.
Right. Yeah, outside the IBD, but inside the K88, which we're all in now.
We're all in it now.
Right.
As a conditional use easement, perhaps?
Perhaps. I think that's what we want to promote, is if they would look at,
This might take a little bit off their plate.
right. It's a little bit easier review process if we can go that route, but it's going to take.
Was that suggested as a possible place to put the spoils? In the outside the outside the buffer zone, as people understand it, but still on
Right.
property.
Right. We could look at that option. We'd have to clear some of their land. I don't know how we but that's a possibility too.
So, and I think we have seen most of these, but I don't remember seeing an estimate of $900,000 for the Hamlet Avenue bathrooms. Sorry, I had to bring that up because I don't remember seeing that number at all. And I know we talked about the possibility of TDA funds for funding that and to try to get out of it before next year so the lifeguards wouldn't have to lease the building on the boardwalk for another year.
Right.
So, but I don't remember seeing $900,000 for bathrooms. So.
That is a rough estimate based on $220 per square foot. And I think we added in another $100,000 in there for
Good measure.
repaving the lot, putting in new lot.
So I would like to see these prioritized in a timeline that needs to come first, because I think that's probably one of the first ones, so we don't have to renew that lease in January. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, and that's a pretty short time frame for that, and for us to, Joe and I, to get it through TDA and look for funding for that. But if we could get a timeline and maybe a little itemized budget or some renderings of some of these issues, because that's something we'd have to get on pretty quick.
6-month increments would be nice.
Okay.
I agree. And Kim, I'm getting a message that the live stream, you are too.
We're working on it.
We're working on live stream.
Oh, that's for later on. We have a resolution on that. So that was my last slide for a manager's update.
Any questions for Ed?
A million, but we can wait.
They're coming. Okay, before I move into public comment, there are items on in public hearing to include the budget, so you're free to come up. Those have signed up to discuss that during the public comment section, or wait until we move to item 1B. Anyway, it's the second item in items of business. I've got a list right here. We'll go through it accordingly. I will ask in a disciplined fashion, please keep your comments to 3 minutes. That way everybody will get a chance to talk, and that's what we encourage. So,
did you want to do item? Did you want to add that item C under?
Yes.
After
Yes.
the manager's update.
So, which we adopted to the agenda, right? The one that you proposed, Steve. So let's make that item C in the public hearing.
You mean now before posting?
Or would that be
After.
special?
I figured because we're going to open up the public hearing and make that. I'll leave that. What do you think, Steve? Either one's fine. Public hearing or public comment, or now?
Special, let's do it now so
Yeah.
that it can be taken. If we do it now, that might help on some of the public comments. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
I think it's a good idea. Let's
Dan, what you want?
let's do it now.
Really quick, so our IT is telling us that our bandwidth for our live stream is maxed out. So if anybody who's in here is hop on using free Wi-Fi, if you could turn that off, it would help the residents who aren't able to make it here tonight. We'd really appreciate it.
And who do you think?
And somehow I'm
Probably
being
Jake
told
Healy.
from Ms. Ward that also is affecting the volume. Are we able to turn the volume up?
It's not live streaming
That's
at all.
live streaming.
We can't get on the bandwidth. We have no bandwidth.
I turn mine off.
So talk loud.
Automatic.
Okay.
That's all I do when I can't help. All right, so what I had asked for was, given the number of public comments, the social media lately, all the things that have been going on, the feedback that many of us have had, some of the direct outreach we've had, I think it's time we talk about getting some outside help. We're not getting it done internally, and I think we should hire an outside consultant to look at our organizational analysis of the police department, find out, where the issues are, what's going on, why we've had the losses, and maybe also look at the hiring process and look at what those criteria are used to evaluate. So I believe Ms. Fox may have looked at some opportunities or some sources out there that could provide that kind of resource at council's request. Can you enlighten us on what some of those things, how long it would take, who we're talking to, how would that work?
I don't know that I can enlighten you on how long it would take, but I can tell you that based on previous discussions, I had previously reached out to a firm out of Chapel Hill that does do this type of work, and they are willing to come in and do some sort of organizational analysis. That's my language. I'm not certain how they would identify what they plan on doing, but it is, the scope of it would be defined by you, but they would make recommendations about additional scope if necessary. The starting scope would be to come in and identify the structure of the police department, and also to look at the hiring process to include the criteria that is the first thing that takes place before interviews are scheduled. So, for example, applications are received, but not everybody gets an interview to see if that criteria needs to be loosened up because there is a shortage of police officers.
In your summary that you had sent us, in working with HR, I believe you told us it takes about 90 days to hire a police officer, to go through the hiring process, to review the criteria. And we've had, since 2018, I believe you told us, we've had 1,540 people view the posting on the internet. Out of that 1,540 people, we only had 126 of them make application, so less than 10%. And out of that 126, we only had 31 candidates that were considered for an interview. So with those kind of numbers dwindling down, and with the very tight labor market, with the competitive situation, with all the police departments in the region being short and everyone robbing from Peter and getting someone else as police officers, the criteria that you handed out to us that it requires for someone to go through to be hired as a police officer is one issue that I would like us to have a look at, as well as the organizational structure, and find out, because I hear, and I've talked to the police chiefs, I'm not talking out of school, we've talked about, all the various reasons that we hear people have left our force. And I think we need to analyze that from an outside person. We're not getting those reviews done with our manager or locally.
My understanding is that the criteria that that you just held up is some information that was presented to the Police Citizens Academy during the time period that they ran that just sort of shows all the things that the town has to check the box on prior to offering employment. So I think it's pretty comprehensive. I think there's probably at least one more step, which would include like a state review that's not on there, but yes.
And I would hope it would be comprehensive.
Do we have any sense, or can we task Mr. Parvin or our town manager upon his return to get us a price quote so we can look at that? I mean, we're talking about a budget, but this is a pretty big issue, and we've had a lot of people show up tonight. I suspect not everyone is here for the budget.
If council would like to move forward with that, then I will reach out to that organization tomorrow and ask them to prepare a defined scope and a price for either the manager or for you to review.
Please.
So I would recommend that we ask Attorney Fox to move forward with contacting the outside agency for an organizational study. Do we need to make a motion and vote?
I would
want to know a price before I start voting.
What's that?
I want to know a price about what.
Well, we're not voting on the price. We're voting to ask her to move forward to get a price, and what would the scope be. And I think having Attorney Fox structure what the scope of what we want, since she's very informed on that, would be a good idea. And I'd be happy to make a motion.
Kim, do we need a motion, or can we just?
I think you just.
Okay.
I would do a motion. Just to be clear, the finance director will have to pre-audit any
So,
agreement.
If I might, say directly to the public, we have heard you, and we do care about our police department, and we care about your thoughts. And this is one of the reasons that we would like to have this done. So I would make a motion to instruct Attorney Fox to contact the outside agency that she is already in contact with to give us parameters of a study and a price range to come back to us for a vote on that organizational study.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Steve, thanks for adding that item, and as you pointed out,
Well,
again,
I just want to, just as we move
Got
into
it.
public discussion, we did ask over the last several weeks to have some,
Get to it, these people are waiting to hear something, not that.
okay?
Not everyone's gonna.
Then I'll tell you what, we'll just get to it, we'll go to public comments.
so with that, Brenda, you're first up on the list. And as I mentioned earlier, folks, please keep the comments to 3 minutes or less. I hope you didn't go too far.
He actually thinks I'm long-winded. Mayor,
I don't.
council,
You did, Brenda.
You did.
assistant town manager.
This
The
week.
reason why I'm here tonight is the closing of the service window. I came to pay my water bill, as I always do, and it was closed. No notice. 30-some years I've been paying my water bill with the town of Carolina Beach, and nobody even gave us a notice that they were going to do this. This is ludicrous. I don't know whose brilliant idea this was, but if you can spend hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars on projects, you can keep a service window open that benefits the town of Carolina Beach, bringing in the money to help pay for all this stuff that you guys want to improve. I think what you've done so far has been a great job. I have no problem with any of the issues that you've come up with. Everybody makes a mistake. Look at Henry Ford. I know the idiot that passed this must think that he invented the Etzel, because this is about the dumbest thing that has ever come down the pipe. We're not going to open till noon, and we're closing on Wednesdays all day long. You know, people drop their money off here. And don't say you got a box out here. You can't pay that box with a credit card. Some of these people can't let go of that money every month like some of you can. You know? They've got to have that window. And then maybe they don't have a way of getting here and somebody's been driving them. I mean, consider what you've taken away from the people of Carolina Beach when you come up with a decision like this. And in the future, we would definitely like to know ahead of time if you're going to do something that drastic. Okay?
Brenda, I think you'll find that most of us agree with you on that, because I had some very similar problems myself. But Ed, would you care to comment? Have we not instructed staff to hire that position to fill? We had someone vacate the position. Would you mind stepping in again, Ed?
We had 3 folks in billing, and we went down to 1, and we're trying to get 1 more added, so we're going to be at 2 people starting on Monday. We'll have the new person hired. With 2 people, we still can't go back to full hours, so we'll need a 3rd person. We're going to add those hours back. But we can provide more service. Like our 1 person now is getting ready to go on vacation. We're going to try to do everything we can to get that 1 person that we'll have trained and able to manage the window while our employee is gone. So it has been a challenge.
Yeah.
Brenda, really quick, we're going to try to fix it. We're going to fix it. The second thing I would say is that we've also spoken in regards to possibly changing the hours, because the majority of residents on the island work 9 to 5. It's open 9 to 5. So most of our residents work off the island. So it's really hard for them to get here on a lunch break to pay for it.
Right.
We've spoken about the idea of possibly changing the hours if beneficial for
When they do get here on the lunch hour, the line's out the door.
We're working on fixing it. We're going to do the best we can as soon as we can.
It would be nice, though, to let people know ahead of time if you come up with something this drastic to change in something to operations.
Yeah, Brenda, we encouraged automation, but that one was a little bit of a surprise.
It
The
was
speed at which
surprise.
it was
It was a
implemented.
surprise to me, too.
Hey, Brenda, we apologize.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not quite our.
I hope you can correct this one. Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
Good job, Brenda.
All right, Deb McConnell.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Deb LeCompte, 307 Charlotte. I'm not here tonight as a committee member. I'm here as an individual. Ken could not be here. He sends his apologies. He's at work. It was never political, and it was never personal. It was and still is a matter of public and officer safety, and it's about right and wrong. Last week, 5 residents, 5 volunteers of the Police Advisory Committee decided it was time to speak out. Where we are today started in February, when we learned that 4 officers resigned on the same day. We immediately started asking questions and learned that we had lost 14 officers over the last year. We contacted our council and our mayor and have text messages that go back well past that. And no, we did not contact the town manager because Jeff Hogan and I are still waiting on the call from him that was supposed to set up a meeting that was supposed to be facilitated, or was said would be facilitated by a councilman. The common responses that we first got were, "I'll check on it," which later became, "It's a personnel matter, so it's out of our hands." And it's gotten to the point where this answer is unacceptable. Everyone who works in this building works for the residents of Carolina Beach. We were appointed to a committee. We were selected as representative voices for this community. We have been called an embarrassment, misinformed, liars. They said we stepped over the line. They said we should have stayed in our lane. But it's more likely that we stepped on some toes. And originally I was going to say, speaking for myself, but these 3 individuals standing beside me and Ken, I'm speaking for Melanie, Jeff, Wayne, Ken, and myself when I say we're absolutely okay with all of that. Because tomorrow we do it again, and again the next day, and the next day. Because for months we stayed in our lane and continued to hit roadblock after roadblock. I consider all of you friends. Several of you are dear friends of mine. And I believe we all have a good working relationship. Sometimes, however, when something isn't right, we must make a stand, even if it costs us dearly. If for nothing else, the curtain has been drawn back to let the sunshine in, and the residents of Carolina Beach deserve nothing less than transparency. Our bottom line is the town manager is free to write all the rebuttals he wishes, addressing what he calls mistruths and false statements, but we know better. And we will continue to voice our concerns for the men and women of Carolina Beach Police Department. Because tonight, while we all sit safely in this building, there is probably an officer working a 17-hour shift or answering a call with no backup. And that should be the concern of all of us. And this statement has nothing to do, we are not here for PAC tonight. We are here as individual citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Deborah. And just for transparency, I'm the liaison to the Police Advisory Committee, and these guys are on my committee, and I thank you for the great jobs that you do. And just to your comment, it's always your job to do the right thing, and I know that it's not always easy to do it. So we appreciate when our citizens speak up and say what they think, and it's our job to act on what we've been given the information to. So, but as you know, that a lot of it is just personnel issues that we cannot discuss.
Also, please remember, a very key thing to this is that sometimes with council, we're only 1 of 5. Things are done as a collective. So me personally, I've spoken about this last year. I spoke about this year. But it takes a collective of us to actually make this movement happen. I saw your response. If I'm going to respond, it's not going to be via email. I got to tell you face to face. Some of this stuff is personal matters, so no, we won't speak about that with you. But you know very well where I stand. I'm sure most of you do because I've spoken with you. I've spoken with council. They know where I stand, and I've been very vocal about this for the past year. When you lose 30% of your staff, no matter what organization it is, it's time for something to happen. But again, it's 1 of 5, or 2 of 5, or whatever it is.
Well, it just takes 3.
And I've been
Okay, it just takes 3.
Steve,
I mean, I know, but we talked about having a motion and doing something, and I'm telling you, we don't have 3 that are willing to do it. So when you guys decide you want to do it, let me know.
I've been very vocal.
Can I say something else? I do want to say thank you for taking a step tonight in the right direction to correct this issue. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
We care about our police, we care about residents. Those two coincide means a lot of safety for everybody.
And Deb, stick around, and everybody, stick around during the budget discussion. You're going to hear that loud and clear as it comes to compensating our police to a measure that is much more comparable to area towns than it is right now. That needs to be done.
Not just compensating, but retention.
Well, that ties to
Happy
retention.
and employee morale.
Well, and I know we're not going to get into a discussion here, but retention, as we've talked about at the Police Advisory Committee several times with the chief, it is an issue all over the country. I mean, it's hard to be a police officer right now in our country. So we have asked to talk about that, and that's one of the reasons we'd like to have the outside organization come in and help us with some of those issues.
Yeah, I'm just informed that we are live on the town's Facebook page too, so those who can't see us or maybe texting in, check out Facebook.
So Chief's in IT now too?
Yeah.
Thanks, Chief.
Hey, Deb, Wayne, Jeff, Amy, Melanie, I see you there. Thanks. Thanks for everything you guys do to the community. Anybody who's been here a while knows top tier, putting their heart and soul into CB. Lynn. Okay.
Well, I don't want to follow them. Lynn Conto, 807 North Carolina Avenue.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council and town employees. I want to start by saying I'm an advocate for the Greenway. I love the Greenway. I love anything that enhances Carolina Beach and its attractiveness to tourists and visitors, let alone residents. But I'm also smart enough, having lived in D.C., Seattle, Boston, to know that a Greenway has consequences. And the consequences, unfortunately, of the Greenway have just started to surface. It's relatively new in its opening. And just this week we had, last Thursday night, a $30,000 boat stolen from somebody's home that would have never, ever been stolen because we're in Seagrove, we're tucked away in the corner, we don't mess, which is a quiet little neighborhood, but because they're riding right by, there's the boat, there it goes. All I'm asking for, I don't...
Are you saying that's part of the reason?
Oh, absolutely. You wouldn't, no one would have ever seen it.
Okay, make sure.
Oh, you're saying it's more visual?
It's visual,
Okay.
right? Because people are up and down, they're everywhere within the community now, which is great, right? But the consequence of that is there's going to be additional safety and security concerns. And we talked about that initially before. I talked with Chief Spivey at a coffee with the cop. I've talked about it several times. I'm just concerned. I know Chief Spivey can't do anything right now. I understand that. He's at max capacity. He's at capacity. But I do think the town has a responsibility to provide security for its residents that are on the Greenway, and whether that's via cameras or whatever safety mechanisms can be put out there. I think there needs to be some investment in that to protect our safety as well as the people that are using the path. So that's one thing. And I provided each of you, if you would, with a 3-piece from another neighbor that said the same thing. She talked about similar situations, but she did bring up a couple things that are also, I want to add. She talked about benches along the Greenway. We could even do benches where you sponsor a bench like they do at the beach. She recommended maybe an alligator could be inset into the bench. That was a cute idea.
Not a real one.
But anyway, no, not a real one. But that's a good way to raise some money, and it also allows the elderly people who are using the path, who need to take a rest and sit down and take a break, it allows them to use the path as well. Joe, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, and please address the benches as it has to do with the concerns they had.
Right, so that is, we did put a list of amenities that we wanted to see at the Island Greenway, landscaping, benches, and an array of other things. The landscaping and benches were two of the things off the top of my head I know that they wouldn't allow us to do. And I was hoping we could do them because I wanted my Girl Scout troop to do one, but we couldn't do one, so there were some things that we were approved for, the signage, the dog bags that you have out there, and some other small amenities we were allowed to put, but benches weren't.
I wonder if asking about security cameras might be something that you favor,
So,
just to ask.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that, Lynn, when I walked it the other day. Seagrove is very close to the Greenway in proximity, and I think we probably need to look at some landscaping buffer through there, but and I even thought about maybe, and just throwing this out, maybe your HOA would look at where your property is, or maybe one of your residents' property, and maybe you could petition them for a camera
Okay.
from your angle.
Right, right.
And that's what I'm kind of
Back towards the
thinking,
Greenway, right.
because you have electricity and you have all the things that internet and that needed.
And ironically, the person who got robbed actually has cameras. They just moved in. They haven't had them hooked up yet. But
I mean, and I'd be happy to attend if you would want me to go to one of your HOA meetings and discuss some of those things and how the town will partner with you on that.
that'd be great. Honestly, I'm-
Invite me too. I'm practically your neighbor.
Practically, you are.
Oh,
So
I
you're
am.
running all the time. And then just two other things. One, Cindy brought up that the bicycles, the really speedy bicycles, like I think Brenda referred to them as the professional bicyclists. They're going really fast, and there's little kids, and there's people that are walking babies, and they're speeding through, and it's almost at the detriment of everyone else on the path. So maybe at some point we could just put up, maybe, don't laugh at me, like a speed limit sign, right? Because they're going really fast. I mean, good God bless them, but it's fast.
Well,
Anyway.
then we're
Right, I've seen that too.
Yeah. And then I just have a couple more things. One, we have three roads in Seagrove that do not have a stop sign on North Carolina. And North Carolina has a greenway path. And a lot of people are using that for access and egress to the path. So at Croker, North Carolina, and Searay, there is no stop sign. So people are excuse me. So people are flying down there. There's nothing to stop them, and people have babies and everything. Anyway, if I could please have DOT look at that. So it's Spot, it's...
We don't have a DOT. That's us.
Is it? Okay. So Croker, Spot, and Searay.
I
If we
think
could
there's
get stop
only
signs.
3 intersections in the entire Wilmington Beach that don't have 4-way stop signs.
Yes, probably.
And those are our streets, so maybe we could ask Brian and Ed to get together on that. Well, Brian gets everything.
I think we'd have to change the ordinance.
We would.
We do. We have an ordinance that we went through this a couple years ago.
In Tennessee, we did it.
And we redid that whole area and made sure we had a consistent plan for how our 4-way stop, 2-way stop, 3-way stops work throughout, really throughout town, but our focus was on this area. So we could look at it again. If we had a traffic engineer look at it, because we had before, he or she wouldn't recommend additional ones, but you can always put more.
It was before the Greenway too, so there was no Greenway then. There was no, and the Greenway actually slips down, so when bicyclists come off of there, they're coming down at a good pace, and people are flying down the road getting to their houses. Anyway, I just don't want an accident to happen. And lastly, if I can, we almost had a guy come in over here because the cyclists are not always using the push buttons. I don't know if there's anything we can do on Dow and Ocean to have them like the other paths that I know you said those are DOT streets and we can't touch them or whatever, but I just don't want somebody to get hurt on them. And there's so much traffic on Dow Road, and when people are trying to come from the state park and then come over towards Good Hops, they can't get over there. There's so much traffic now.
Oh, I know.
So anyway,
I know every day.
yeah, if we could just do something to...
I think we have asked for permission on Ocean.
Yeah, I think it's just not happened yet.
This hadn't happened yet.
Okay,
Lynn,
that's all I have.
really quick, the first thing about the Greenway that I'd like to address is that it's brand new. So residents like you coming forward to tell us these things, it's a trial by error. By the end of this summer, hopefully by the end of this year, we start knowing, okay, we need to put signs here, we need to block this off, and do that. So keep doing what you're doing.
Okay.
Hopefully by the end of the year, we'll understand that. And I'm a huge component of education. Maybe we need to make some how-to videos for the push buttons.
Or maybe the push buttons can speak like when people approach them or something. I don't know, but I just know that there's a way to not get people hurt.
I get hops calls every day like, oh my God, you're crazy.
Thank you very much, everybody.
We gathered some good data.
Yeah.
I know. All right. Jeannie, I can't read your last name. I apologize. To talk about hurricane debris.
Miss Jean.
I picked a heck of a night to come see
Yes,
you.
you did. Just go ahead, jump in.
I've got to have the worst luck in the world. I'm here to say something nice, actually. The other day, I
Wait,
called...
just make sure, is the
You can stay on.
camera, is the Facebook camera?
Believe it or not, it is something nice, but darn, y'all hire some doozies of managers in this town. Ridiculous. But either way, you've hired one guy guy that is really on the ball and really, really good.
What's his
And
name?
my neighbors and I wanted to say something nice about him tonight. Joe Hutcherson, the code enforcement officer. We've had over the past few months, several people move in our neighborhood down on the north end. And the bottom line is they want to junk up everything out there. It doesn't matter what it is, junk cars, junk, whatever they can throw in the yard, they've done. So we called Joe Hutcherson, and I did the other day for the neighbors and I. I couldn't believe it. The man must have been on it before we even hung up the phone. And within 2 days, I'm telling you, he has made, within 2 or 3 days, he has really gotten most of it done, which means several junk cars, several junk trucks, several junk trailers, and that don't include the junk in the yard. So please recognize this guy's doing a job, and hope God he stays. Because we don't get very good. That is the good thing I came to say. The other thing I came to ask, my neighbors and I would like to know, and I know this has been visited in the past, we would like to see a law put out there that if you're caught right before any storm putting all the junk you got in your garage outside, because as they say, it's not our problem, it's the town's problem after the storm. Yeah, it is the town's problem, but it's our problem too. And that's our tax dollars going to waste because of a bunch of sorry ass, pardon the expression, country bumpkin fools that come in here and think everything's a junkyard. So, what I would like to know is this. What would it take for us to get a law started that if this happens and they're taking every piece of junk they can drag out of their house and out of their garage, and I mean, not including the property damage it does or the cost of us having to clean up our property, is there a way that we could get a law done that if we see this, we could turn them in and the town could cite them for it?
Before a law is presented, typically we are a complaint-driven town, so as long as you called it in, we can start that process. And
Well, until Joe arrived, it wouldn't have really mattered that much.
No,
I mean,
he's here, he's
come
on
and gone, and
It's
4
not the
months
first
later,
time
then
he's
you
been
get something
complimented.
done about it. But I'm serious. Why can't we go ahead and do it? Everybody knows that something's got to be dealt with.
Noel, did you address whether that's a legal
Mr.
avenue we could pursue?
I'm happy to look at it. Get y'all an update.
I'm sure it would be incumbent on neighbors
Report.
letting us know about what's going on, because obviously.
Well, I mean, why do we have to, in the middle of a hurricane, stop and tell everybody what's going on? We pay our taxes. You have employees that are out there going up and down the streets, up and down the streets.
Right.
Why is it our job to take care of this on top of everything
Because
else?
they won't do it when the employees are going by, they'll do it in the middle of the night. And
Oh,
you
no,
have
no,
to
no.
sit there.
Oh, no, honey. Oh, no, no, no.
Well, then
Let
call
me tell you
for it.
about 3 different houses that did it in the middle of the day and one right on Canal Drive.
Good, but if you give us a call, we can send the police out there and take care of it, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
Okay.
if the police are out there anyway and they're seeing it, not including the city workers, why
Were they-
is
were
it our
they
job
there?
to do it?
Were they already out there?
Yeah, I mean, good gosh, there's a hurricane coming, they're up and down the road and everywhere else. Nobody's in hiding. You know, I mean, they see it, and that's what we as taxpayers pay everybody that works, like they said, out of this building to do. This is not paying us to do it. This is not our job. This is the town's job to get it done. And I don't appreciate anybody trying to throw it back on us as citizens. I don't think you are, but the point of the matter is,
I was just saying,
we're already paying one time for a job to be done.
Right.
It's kind of like the commercial on TV, do you pay to build half a doghouse? Why do you pay them? So why are we paying to get half a
well,
job
but if you
done?
have 7,000 residents helping, it certainly helps our small police force or the one guy we have for code enforcement to be able to do a job better.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of other people going up and down the street besides just
You're
this.
right, it's enforcement.
That's
what we
it.
need to work
It
with.
is enforcement.
Jeannie, I think you're going to find there's always people that'll break the law, and that's certainly something we can do. Hopefully, we won't have that event again, but you know, history tells us that we will. So
Oh, heck yeah.
we'll have our police department and fire department look for that, and if you see it, if you call. But your kind words about Mr. Hutchinson is awesome, and for us to hear those kind of things about an employee from the citizens is very encouraging. So
Well, like I
if
said,
Mr. Harvin would give him a big kudos tomorrow morning, that would be
Please do.
awesome.
Because like I said, we don't hire many people that are really this good. Let's face it, be honest about it. This guy is really good. And if he stays,
So for everybody, Joe Hutchison is down to solve all your
I
problems.
swear he is.
About 82991.
I mean, maybe he needs to run for council or something, I don't know. But
No, we're keeping it in staff.
Bottom line is, he does a great job, and we want to let you know that we appreciate it, and we appreciate the fact that he took it seriously and got right on the problem, and it was dealt
Awesome.
with.
We have a lot of employees who take a lot of pride in their job, and that shows. So
Yes.
thank you for
anyway,
saying that.
That's all I came, I'm going home. Y'all
We have
worry
great
about
staff.
that. Bye.
All right. Doreen?
We do have great staff. Please remember how quick your power and water were back on during those storms. Staff worked really hard.
Doreen Stanley, 1201 St. Joseph Street.
Good evening.
Good evening, council and staff. Going to be addressing the situation with the police department tonight. And one of the questions that I have for council tonight is, are you aware of what government's first priority is, as written in our Constitution? Can you answer that question?
Serve and protect.
To serve, to make sure the citizens of our country are protected. That should be our first priority, not greenways, not bike paths. It should be protecting our residents, which also includes our infrastructure with our water problems and so forth. Getting back to the police situation. And one of the residents touched base on it a little earlier. As we've added the greenway and the bike paths, and I love those things, I do, they're great, but we've also added a larger territory to our first responders and to our police department. You just heard, we've already had a boat stolen. Why would we want to scale back our police department? Because of budget. We've already got on the agenda tonight that we're going to look at another grant for another couple of bike paths. We're putting our officers behind, our citizens behind, over lavish features of our island. Another thing that I'm a little concerned about is the study that we're discussing. While Noel, I appreciate your assistance with reaching out to the company who wants to do the study and who I'm sure is more than qualified to do the study, you've already had a free study. And that free study is those 14 to 15 officers that have already left this town, that have already went through their exit interview, that have already communicated to you what the problems are here and why they are leaving. So why would we need to pay for another study when those folks who have dedicated so much time to this town, they've worked holidays when you were at home eating with your family, they've worked night shift when you were at home asleep in the bed. Some of them have worked 18 to 24 hours when there was a serious crime in this town while you were on the beach surfing. Why would you not listen to those folks that have left? As a retired public safety worker, I've heard all of this before, and that's one reason why I retired. And the trend is going to continue with the police department, and it's going to continue with the fire department, because you're not taking care of your people. You're not listening to them. They should be who you're listening to. They know this town. They've worked for it. They know where the problems are. We shouldn't have to ask for an outside company to come tell us what we should do to fix our town and then pay for it. We're already paying for it with the 15 officers that have already left this town. One thing I want to bring to the council's attention and to the citizens of Carolina Beach is that part of the problems in this county is also statewide. There is legislation as we speak to remove the bond process from our state. Why would we do that? Most people don't realize that the bond process pays into the school system. We have a lottery for that now, but yet the schools still don't have enough money. Now we want to eliminate the bond process, which is part of the problem that your officers are getting fed up. They take people to jail, and the jail doesn't keep them. Why? Because they don't want to have to pay to incarcerate them. Anyone who would like this information, where I pulled it from, I'll be more than happy to provide it to you. As of March 2019, New Hanover County, compared to our neighboring counties, is at the bottom of the list for writing bonds. We're slapping people on the hand and we're letting them right back out on a written promise to appear or an unsecured bond, so they're free to walk. We're not holding people accountable for what they're doing. Now, I agree that New Hanover County probably can't take the burden of people who are committing misdemeanors and that sort of thing. Comparing felonies and felonies only. Felonies are serious crimes. New Hanover County only writes 70% of the people they see. They're not even writing 30% bond on people who commit felonies. Dublin County, who is a neighboring county, they're above 12%. Pender County, who is a neighboring county.
Hey Doreen, I'm sorry. I gotta cut you off there.
Okay, so you're going to cut me off, but you allow these other folks.
But I am going to add, I know that wasn't necessarily intended to be a public screed. You know me and I know you. Scolding us and making the suggestion that we're sitting out there surfing and sleeping. Personally, I don't think it's necessary. Town attorney would say I don't have to comment here. I missed 5 Christmases and untold Thanksgivings. I get it. I totally, as a result of being in the profession of arms, just as you were and just as the chief back there and all of our officers, I get that. And I know everybody up here does. And we will fix it. We're working on that. Maybe it's not happening as fast. Okay. I'm starting to get into an editorial side here. So I'll stop. But that, just to me, and I never get personal back here, that came across as a scold.
Okay.
So I would like to make a comment on a lot of things that Doreen has brought up. I'm sure are statistical, but are things that us as a town council wouldn't vote on. That would be more county issues and state issues, and that's awesome to have that knowledge base. And so I wish there were things that we could do. The only thing we can do about a lot of those issues would be to go to our county commissioners and present that to them. I think just for the public, we didn't say we were hiring the committee. We would like to get a price on it. But I'll tell you, sometimes to have someone on the outside looking in changes the game. You know, it's just a fresh eyes on something that we've been looking at for a long time now. So I still support that decision, and I appreciate, your comments. I just think fresh eyes would help us with some ideas on our police department.
All right. Kevin, talking about abandoned boats?
Oh, no.
Good to see you again.
I already sent out a picture on this weekend. I saw it too.
Welcome back.
My name's Kevin Prinzinger, 1319 Canal Drive. I'm just here to give you an update on the sailboat. Okay, I've issued a bunch of emails and they've all been just bounced to other people, and I still haven't gotten any kind of real answers. 2 weeks ago, we had a really bad storm that came through on, I think it was either Saturday or Sunday, and it actually picked the boat up, and it was no longer on water. Okay, it was 100% up on the marsh. Okay, so it's no longer a boat in water. Okay, so I think that maybe the town could then do something with it, because no longer is it in water, it's on land. I mean, we do own the marsh, right? I know we don't own the water, but we own the marsh, the land itself. Well, this past Sunday, 2 gentlemen showed up in a John boat and a 10 horsepower engine and sat out there for 2 hours yanking on that boat, trying to get their boat off the marsh. Well, when high tide finally came, they were able to sit there and rock it back and forth and pulled it out. Well, I was actually out beforehand. I took pictures of it up on the marsh, and when they left, I went back out and took pictures. They destroyed the marsh. okay, that should be an issue. Okay, if we can't get that boat taken away, then we should at least be able to go after the guy who destroyed the marshland that that boat sat up on. Who knows whether there was birds' nests underneath it, or there ducks live in there, all kinds of wildlife live in that marsh, and they destroyed it. I have pictures of the land that's destroyed by pulling the boat out of the marsh. Then he goes, and instead of taking the boat away, he runs 10 yards out from where he yanked it out and dropped anchor again. Okay?
Or it happened again.
Guess how long it stayed there for? Not even 24 hours, and now it's all the way over by where the shrimp boats are. It's all the way on the other side. It didn't even stay in the spot he dropped the anchor for 24 hours and it moved again.
Yeah, can we take care of this?
I mean,
This is very interesting.
why don't we tow? I mean, we have all these new spots where we're going to be selling boat spots. Why don't we tow the boat down there, put it down there, and put a for sale sign on it for the guy? Okay, the boat is registered till July 31st of this year, so we know whose boat it is. Stop sending him letters. Why don't we go knock on his door?
I agree with you 100%.
And ask him, give us an answer. No more letters and waiting for an answer back from him. Let's go knock on his door. Maybe a police officer at his face saying, listen, you need to move your boat, we'll get some action.
Ed, would you address that?
Sure. There's actually 5 boats out there, and this is a very passionate issue for me as well, and I think all 5 need to go away.
Can we address it before the end of this week?
No. I cannot. I am very limited on what I can do based on state and federal law. I am talking to these folks and trying to get them out. I can't tell you that I can make them move right now, but I am working to get those moved. I have, and I've been emailing council and letting you know where I am with this. I'm meeting with our attorney Thursday to try to put a little more teeth. Wednesday. To try to put some more teeth in our code. So we're there are things that I am doing to try to get these folks out of there. I think the one you're talking about I talked to today, and pushing him to move this. And I'm also talking to North Carolina wildlife officers, and they are helping with this issue as well. This comes up every year, and it gets worse and worse every year. And it's not only a town issue. It's we got an article today. It's an issue throughout the state and other states, and we really do need some additional legislation from North Carolina to make this, to give us a little more teeth. That's something I'd love to see the state do. So thank you for coming. I'm sorry you're having to deal, or the community's having to deal with this, and I do hope we can.
It just fears me that, I mean, I've been working on my dock. It's just about finished, and we've been lucky enough. The storms have been that have moved that have been going north and south. When that next storm comes through and it comes from the west coming east, that's going to go right into my dock that I just spent over 6 months and lots of money and my hard time rebuilding. Who's going to pay for the dock when it runs into it? I'm sure that guy's not going to pay for it.
So can we get copies of those pictures? Are there any fines for the wildlife damage or impact to that area?
There are some felony littering charges for leaving your vessel out there. I've been talking to wildlife about. It becomes a civil case if there's damage from a vessel hitting another vessel or private property that we wouldn't necessarily be involved with. But there are other things that we
I
can
think
do.
we'd like to have those pictures.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, I live across the waterway from you. I see it every day as well.
That's the damage
And that's
to the
awful.
marsh.
I took a picture this weekend and sent it to the fire chief and to Ed over the weekend, and I kind of expected to see you here tonight. And our hands are tied, and I'm just thinking, and Ed is a Coast Guard reservist. He knows the issues very well.
I understand, but it's just tough on my half to sit there and watch that boat every day
So I'm thinking-
bounce back and forth, because sooner or later it's going to stop going
Yeah,
left and
I don't want to know mine either. I get you.
Yeah. And does the Coast Guard get involved if there's a spill or perception of a spill, they respond to it immediately, correct?
The Coast Guard would come in if the vessel was sinking and there was hazardous materials on board, like fuel. They would come in and remove those and make sure the vessel is not in a navigable channel. If it's outside a navigable channel and it's floating, the Coast Guard is not going to touch it. Wildlife does have some abilities there, but they're limited as well. And we do have a code, but our code, like Kevin, I just forgot, I didn't get your last name, but as Kevin was mentioning, it requires letters and waiting through our code.
So Ed, isn't that the problem we've had with code enforcement so many times? And we heard Jeannie Mintz tonight tell us about Hutchinson and what a great job Joe's doing. We've asked for the last 3 years on code enforcement why we have to keep writing letters and waiting 30 days and doing all the statutory stuff when our friends at KURE Beach call you up and say, if you don't mow your yard, I'm going to fine you. And if you don't do it in the next 2 days, I'm going to mow it and I'm going to send you a bill. And it seems to be productive. I don't understand whether it's in the waterway, in the harbor, or on the street, why we can't have some teeth in our code and our enforcement. And if we need to change an ordinance, then tell us what we need to do to empower someone to say, we don't need to wait 3 letters, 90 days in between certified mail.
Or is that something we need to go to Representative Davis with to get some help on the state level?
That too. I agree with both.
We can do that. And you know, if you wouldn't mind, email me that and I'll forward it to council. But do you? Okay. And I think that's an awesome visual for us to show when we start talking about this issue.
Do you mind emailing me the photo?
Kevin, thank you. We appreciate it.
Being persistent. Just put it on Facebook.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I will be here every time.
We appreciate that.
So Joe, maybe we could get with Representative Davis and see what he can do on the state level for us to help empower Ed to take care of that.
Ed, when you help Senator Farm, can we start working on something for this live spring workshop?
As far as, we're actually working on it tomorrow. Right.
All right. Dennis Chisholm, sir.
While Dennis is coming up, let's take a minute and recognize some of the celebrities in the audience. I see Joel Macon over there, former mayor of Carolina Beach.
Good to see you, Joel.
Hello, I'm Dennis Chisholm. I'm representing Carolina Beach Hospitalities, LLC. It's at 300, 236, and 234 Seabank, Surfside Motel. And what I'm doing tonight was I was asking, talked to Jeremy a little bit earlier, but I was wondering if you could consider helping us on the demolition and the remediation on the hotel that we're doing. We just demoed, if you noticed, the Guy Johnson. Have y'all noticed that's been gone?
Yes, sir.
It's been, and we had a lot of vagrants and a lot of homeless people in there. The police were very kind to us and they were very cooperative. And I want to give kudos to Joe Hutchison too. We talked to him and he was right there before we could even get back. But no, if you could, if you would just consider maybe that, or at least, I don't know if you have the authority to do a tax moratorium maybe for us. The insurance, you think, well, the insurance is covering it, but it isn't. They've had nothing but trouble with the insurance. They don't pay. They've offered a total of $94,000. The remediation alone is $75,000 in asbestos remediation. And so the demo is about $160,000. The demo, it's a hazard, as you know. It's a disaster. And if we could, is there any help we could get on the demo, the remediation, or tax moratorium of some sort? We pay about $33,000 a year in taxes. Steve, you know all about it.
Sir, I don't think we know the answer to that question, but go ahead.
Well, I would guess since we're in a very tight budget year that
If you're asking for
probably
money.
not going to be yes.
Probably not.
Well, all these citizens are not liking what we're doing with a lot of other stuff. I don't think they're going to want us to pay your bill for that.
The thing is, there's a lot of businesses that were out during this hurricane, so trying to finance and help just one.
Yeah.
So is the property for sale?
I mean, where you draw the line, if we help you, then somebody else got to
We were
do
thinking
all
for
that.
since we bought it from the town of Carolina Beach, and so we thought maybe you could help us a little bit.
So is the property up for sale?
No, it's not. But we're trying to get it done right because it is an issue with the vagrants and the homeless. There's probably 10 of them up there every night.
I would tell you about the only thing that we could probably contemplate is expediting a revaluation on the property as vacant lots.
which would ultimately help your property tax come down. I think the other thing we could talk to you about is if you demo it, doing some kind of revenue share with you on parking and helping you manage parking. For us to pay any demo cost or mediation or any of that is just going to be a bridge too far. We would open the door to numerous requests.
And it would not be a public purpose either.
Right, but we could advocate with you to the county once you complete demolition and clean the lot up, that there's no more structure, then there's not an improved value. It would be a vacant lot value. We ought to be able to help demonstrate to the county that that's happened, and therefore your tax value is going down.
Okay. That's fair enough. But I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Amy?
I was hoping that was Amy. Not that I don't like this, Amy, it's just we haven't had a youth come up and tell us what we're doing wrong in so long. My teenagers are all out of town.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I think you got a little backup coming.
I do, in case I need an extra 3 minutes and for moral support. So, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, town staff that I've been bugging the mess out of this week, thank you. I'm Amy Hooker Kidd. This is my wonderful husband, Rodney. We live at 618 Clarendon Boulevard. First of all, we're thankful to the Police Advisory Committee for shedding light on a situation that needs further discovery. I think that we can all agree that everyone on council and on the committee wants what's best for the town and for the people who interact with it, and I look forward to a positive resolution. Next, I want to call council's attention to the line item 10-630-085 in the budget.
Let me write that one down.
Okay, wait a second.
10 what?
10-630-085.
Okay.
It is in the latest version of the budget.
Okay.
It simply states transfer of funds to capital project fund, and the amount is $136,613. And it's the Clarendon multi-use path that was mentioned by Ed Parvin at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you, Ed. So for those of you who may be relatively new, there's history here. There was supposed to be a multi-use path built on Clarendon back in 2014 when the stormwater infrastructure project was happening in our area. Now, council decided not to do the multi-use path then, but vowed to look at the project later. Well, now is later, and the project that was once supposed to cost around $250,000 now has a cost of around $1 million. Thankfully, that includes about an $800,000 grant, but it also includes around $140,000 from Carolina Beach taxpayers. And that's all for just a 5-block path that's going to be between the lake and Mike Chapel Park. And history's shown us that projects like this end up costing much more than we anticipate, and that $140,000 doesn't put a penny towards long-term maintenance. I think that citizens want us to take care of our needs first and then our wants. The town manager is proposing a 2-cent tax increase to help raise $400,000 to help cover the cost of additional services. This one proposed multi-use plan is 1/3 of that entire budget. That money could go towards funding police officers, or hiring staff to help serve citizens, or paying current staff better, or keeping our water bills from going up even higher, or improving stormwater drainage, rather than creating even more impervious surfaces. So with that, I'd like to urge you, Mr. Mayor and Council, to put our needs before our wants, and to eliminate the funding from the Clarendon multi-use plan from the budget. Let's take care of business. Thank you.
Olin Firth. I had to butcher that name.
Good evening. This is probably not a good time for me to bring this up, but I wasn't expecting all this company tonight. But I am asking for a little money.
Could you state your name and address?
My name is Olin Furr, and I live at 440 Oceana Way. So I'm a new resident. I've only been here probably a year and a half, and well, we've come here most of our life vacationing, so it feels like home. What I wanted to do was address the no-wait zone proposed, and there was a mistake, and I think in part of your information, I wanted to clarify that. I did see a newspaper article that was written by Port City Daily, and it concerned me because it was just a little misleading, and it was talking about the no-wait zone, and it having to do more with property damage than with safety. But I just wanted you to know that the only reason this was brought up was for safety concerns, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the North Carolina Wildlife, they both concur that it is a safety issue there. So, like I said, it has more to do with safety, and this originally was started by Joyner Marina, and if you ever bought fuel over there on the fuel dock during the summertime, it's a roller coaster. I mean, you could really get hurt. I'm surprised that nobody had lost a leg or drowned over there. But there are also, there's tons of paddle boards, kayakers, every size of John boat you can imagine. The boat ramp is there. It's just tremendously busy. And in the short time that I've been here, and I've just watched and I've noticed, I asked, I said, why is there not no weights on here? This is crazy, because it just gets out of hand. Through the week, it's not too bad. Weekends and holidays are awful. So that's when I contacted Ed about it, and to try to get the process underway. But, just with people on paddle boards, kayaks, there's huge yachts, tugs, pulling all kinds of stuff up and down the waterway. So the main reason was safety, and I just wanted you guys to know that that was the main push. And the other item on there was, it had to do with funding. I know, I think they requested $5,000. Should be able to be done for less than that. And then the ongoing money that might need to be spent down the road is not going to be an issue, because there is you see, it's a state statute GS 75A, which gives the Wildlife Commission the right to repair and take care of. So once you have the initial outlay of money for a no-wait zone, they will come in and take over the project. So if you have a buoy that's not that got messed up in a storm or knocked out of the way, they will come back and repair it, replace it, whatever needs to be done. So there will not be any ongoing cost as far as that goes for the town. So I just wanted to come and thank you for your consideration of this project. And
it is on our agenda.
Yeah.
That is on our, and I want to thank, I haven't met Mr. Kerr in person, but we talked on the phone and email, and thank you for it. He's been a big help for me moving that forward, and that is later on in the agenda, so thank you for all you're doing. I have not heard, my last conversation with the state was we were responsible after we put those in, so I'll have to verify that that's true. That'd be great if we're not, but we have in the past maintained our no-wait sign, so we'll look into that.
So I forwarded you the email that Betsy Haywood, she's the liaison for no-wait zones with wildlife, so you should have that. If not, I'll resend it.
Okay.
She reinforced that that is the case. They go by that statute.
That's awesome.
That's great. We talked about that.
Well, we look forward to hearing that
Good.
a little later then.
Good
Stick
timing.
around.
Is it pronounced Olin?
Yes, Olin.
Thank you, Olin.
Thanks.
Thanks, Olin.
Ricky. 702 Clarendon, sir.
Yes, 702 Clarendon. This is related to the budget line item 1063085, also related to the Clarendon bike path. Mr. Mayor and Council, the residents of Carolina Beach were, at least I was unaware until late yesterday, that the Clarendon MUP project had been added to next year's budget. This was not listed as a line item on the proposed budget that was made available last week. Residents that will be affected by the path have not had an opportunity to address their concerns at a public hearing. Since a tax increase is being proposed to meet the town's expenses, budgeting the project that was overwhelmingly rejected by the residents last time may not be prudent to cause the town to raise taxes unnecessarily. If this project is later rejected by council or an alternate less expensive project is passed, a portion of the tax increase will not be refunded to the residents. I plan on bringing a proposal to the Bike Ped Committee at next week's meeting to request an alternate plan to the Clarendon MUP. Since Clarendon is a street that connects to Dow Road and Columbia does not connect to Dow, I think the town will discover there's much less traffic on Columbia, and using the new signage proposed by the Bike Ped Committee on Columbia would be safer and cost effective. Instead of spending greater than $700,000 on the MUP, a bike traffic can be routed from the Greenway up Columbia from 4th Street to where there's an existing connection on the lake path. In addition to being safer, the town will be able to implement the Columbia project using a few signs, which would cost the town a couple $100 versus to $136,000 currently listed on the project. I have some major concerns that the town is planning on continuing with the Clarendon MUP project if they failed to address the flooding issue that I provided to the town a couple months ago. The bike path is currently designed will increase the flooding under my house with the 48-inch storm drain pipe on 7th Street backs up. As I had previously stated to the town, if you knowingly create a flood issue when they're aware of the drainage system is substandard on our street and you add 20,000 square foot of impervious soil before the draining issues are resolved, I'm looking at having damage to property. I mean, it's flooding under my house currently in the last 3 times last year, and my air conditioning unit sits on a 4-inch block. So it could really be damaged. Another issue that I have with the current proposed MUP is the design of the path across the street where it should run parallel to the street for safety. When I spoke to the mayor at the meet and greet recently, he was unaware of the current design. If this design flaw was not remediated, or to be remediated by keeping the path on the south side of the street to be consistent with Harper and KURE projects, it would cost the town additional unbudgeted funds to bury the utilities on the south side of Clarendon between 6th and 8th Street. I would recommend that the town strike the Clarendon MUP project from the proposed budget until all the issues of the project have been resolved and discussed with the residents. Hopefully this expensive project will allow the town to reduce or remove the need for increased property taxes on our residents.
Yeah, the last image I saw was it was all on one side. Is the most current rendering to have it cut from north to south? Have part of it?
It has not changed since the 2014, and there is, Jerry can talk about exactly where it changes, but yeah, it's the same proposal where it changes over to the other side of the street, so.
It crosses at 6th Street.
Probably so.
Jerry, maybe we could talk about that at the next Bike Ped committee meeting, and we'll look at that design again, and since you're going to be there, we'll all sit down and go over it together.
All right, LaDonna, while you're coming up, Doreen, I just want to say this to you. Sometimes you say things you wish you could take back. You've been a friend of mine. I jumped on you unprofessionally. Not my style. The events swirling lately have been supercharged, and I acted out in a way that's not professional. So I know your heart's in the right place. It always has been. The points you're making make sense, and I just want to leave it at that. You know, sorry.
Good for you too. Good job.
I took it personally, and that was stupid. Just
I'm glad
was.
you didn't drag him across there.
She could have. The night's young.
I was going to grab him by the leg.
The night is young.
That's right. Yeah, we got a long way to go.
LaDonna, come on. Sorry about the diversion, folks. Got to get it off my chest.
Good evening, everybody. LaDonna, 210 Harper Ave. I wasn't really intending to speak tonight. I just wanted to be here as a support and to have been a resident here for about 2 years, 2.5 years. Love the community. I want to be more involved.
We love you.
And your voice.
Oh, thank you so much. But I'm really interested in maybe being more involved, hands-on, and as I said, I wasn't aware of some of the things tonight. So
A few recommendations for you. Committee's got another month if you're going to vote on that. The second thing is our parks director is right there. He always loves having volunteers help him out.
All right. I got an environmental geography degree.
So does the flood committee. The flood committee too. Not quite as exciting.
Okay, so I will talk to them and, yeah, I just appreciate the town, appreciate all the residents, I appreciate the work you do. And I appreciate being able to speak with you guys tonight and be more involved, so.
But Donna,
It's not great. We love to have people come up with that. Brian Connors, sir.
our community is very open. As long as you're out and about, you'll meet them, you'll know where to help. Very awesome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Brian Connors. I live at 213 Carolina Sands Drive. Is there a way that the town might be able to, for people that don't live here permanently and they rent by the week and by the month, that they can have a surcharge on the money that they're collecting that could help the town out for the residents instead of our bills constantly going up?
I'll take that one. So,
You should.
I'm in the hotel business, so I'm pretty familiar with some of the things you're talking about. Short-term rental is considered anything less than 90 days. So they are required to charge what we call room occupancy tax. So are you referring to people who stay longer than 90 days? What exactly are you
Just like the hotels on the beach, the people that own like condos and don't live here, and they're getting $1,500 a week. And why don't we have a little surcharge that could help out the town?
Well, we do. They pay 13% tax, 7% of that is state tax, and 6% is a room occupancy tax, which goes directly to our county sand fund and comes back in the second 3% of that to our town. So we are charging them. I kind of get what you're saying, can we charge them more? But that's, I'm tracking you, but I understand because there is an impact that when visitors come to our town. I know exactly what you're saying, but I can tell you that I don't think you're ever going to stop people from wanting to come to this beach, and we have such a wonderful town, everybody wants to be a part of it. And so they are paying that if they're less than 90 days.
Okay, another question I have is our infrastructure. We're building on wetlands, we're building every little green spot we can build in Carolina Beach. The infrastructure, we know, isn't holding up to what we have now. Why are we building on every little spot that we have in our town? Our taxes are only going to go up and up and up. I don't understand.
Y'all gonna make me take that one too?
Taxes have been increasing a while. Unfortunately, with private property, we can't stop people from selling or building. But we're doing the best we can long term to take care of that infrastructurally wise. If somebody's got land, they want to sell it, somebody buys and wants to build it, we can't stop them from doing that.
Well, behind my house, we had wetlands since 1983 when my parents bought a house. From 2011 to 2018, it was filled 4 times. They built 3 houses over there, and it is on wetlands. The people that built it are also on a committee on the town board. And to me, that's wearing 2 hats. If you can be on a committee and be able to build on wetlands, it shouldn't be. I don't understand. I went to the town many times on it. Never got a right answer. I went to the EPA. I went to the Army Corps of Engineers. I went to everybody I could talk to. And now right across the street, they're getting ready to knock that down and build on that. There's streams running through. Everybody's concerned about the wildlife, but they're building right on top of it. I don't understand why this is happening.
Jeremy, do you have anything you want to comment? Planning Director?
If indeed, if there's a lot with wetlands, the first step for any disturbance would be to get a permit from the Army Corps of Engineers. The town does not have anything more restrictive than the Army Corps of Engineers as far as developing wetlands, so they are allowed to fill a portion of their lot to disturb wetlands per those rules, and so they can bring in fill to develop those lots. They are platted lots of record in private ownership, so they do have a right to develop the property. And then they must meet, all our development regulations and stormwater and drainage regulations as well. Like, part is developing a private property, as long as they go through the proper channels, that can be accomplished.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I guess I would, we went to the watershed seminar that was given last week on the 6th. Tom and I stopped in, Joe Benson was there. And the lady asked a question. She said, how far do you want to go back to figure out your stormwater impact? So right now we have so many acres that have impact. 5 years ago we had this many less. So she said, do you want to go back to 1983 and try and establish the stormwater impact you had in 1983? Do you want to go back to 1979? Do you want to go back to 1993? So the question the gentleman asked is, how do you stop building? And I would ask the people in here to look around and figure out when your property was developed. Was it in 83? Was it before 83? Was it after 83? Is it an arbitrary number, or when do you close the door? And when do you say no more? And it's a hard decision to make as a community, and we're hearing more and more people say, stop the growth. Okay, so everyone that wasn't here 3 years ago needs to leave. Everyone that wasn't here 12 years ago needs to leave. Everyone that wasn't here 15 years ago needs to leave. At what point do you draw that line? We all moved here. I mean, a lot of us moved here because, I've been here 15 years. I guess I should say let's stop at 14, everyone else has. You can't really do that. It's hard. I look at those historic pictures. I live on the north end. Everybody on Canal 40 years ago, it wasn't there. Everybody on Florida and Georgia wasn't there. I see Ronnie Lewis back there. He'll tell you there wasn't nothing out there. So it's a hard question on how you do that. And is there some limits, and are there some jurisdictions that we can do? I don't know. As a community, we need to have that conversation. And I think that's what council wants to do, is continue to have conversations on how you deal with infill. I see a big post out there right now on social media about a building that someone wants to tear down, and someone else says we need historic preservation, and someone else says it's a terrible building. Everyone says I want to go back to the good old days of the 1970s and 1980s, and I kind of chuckle because I talked to guys like Ronnie Lewis, and they said, you know how many people got shot on the boardwalk in the 80s? I mean, it was great, but we had a strip bar or two.
Most of it was fish.
Right. Saved up enough money to buy a restaurant. So I'm just saying, it's all, perspective is perspective. The community, it's a tough thing to determine when you stop. And that's true whether it's the bike path that we're talking about now. A lot of people have come and said we want the bike path, and I appreciate Amy's concern. She lives on Clarendon. We've had personal conversations. That bike path was vetted a long time. We're going to have another hearing about it, but change is always difficult. And whether it's filling a lot that used to be built on, or your neighbor now is building and it was never built on before. You weren't built on before you built, so I don't know. I just soapbox. Jody reminded me we're not supposed to just hear ourselves talk. So.
Right. Well, so I'll be quick. Just to add, so that is, Jody and I are both on the land use committee, and so that is some of the things we're talking about is what you want to see in the future of Carolina Beach. So I think to have you guys come to some of those meetings that Ed gave the dates of earlier would be awesome, and give some of your thoughts. But just think about this too. If somebody bought their lot 20 years ago with the dream of building in Carolina Beach and living here, do we tell them now they can't do it? So, because everybody else we've all moved here, and so now it's kind of hard to stop that private property rights that people have. So.
I'd like to put a gate up and charge KURE Beach to pass through town.
You'll hear about that
Introduce the text amendment, Councilmember Shuttleworth. Text amendment TRC P&Z will fly like All right.
I'm sure he has.
Is Kim Munley with us?
Really quick, the land use plan meeting will be July 16th. For anybody who's vocal wants to come in and be
Let's come.
4 to 7.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor, council, staff, former Mayor Joel. My name's Kimberly Munley, if you guys, Ed, good to see you too. Some of you know me, some of you don't. Born and raised Carolina Beach, law enforcement for 15 years, military for 4. And I'm not here to represent a PAC. I've been through, I've worked as HR, I've worked as a background investigator, I worked many hats, and when this came out, it was embarrassing as being raised in Carolina Beach. PAC shouldn't have to have come out with this and involved public input. It was not necessary. A 16-month issue, and now we've got an initiative, which is great, and I applaud you for it. This is a long-term initiative. Sometimes these independent reviews take 18 months, and that's a long-term solution, but we need a short-term. And I think I speak for a lot of the residents here. I love law enforcement. I love this town. I'm an advocate for military law enforcement. I do know that being a law enforcement officer today is not an easy job. It's harder ever than it has been. I applaud Chief Spivey for doing the job that he does. I did not want to come talk tonight, but Mr. Mayor, you asked me to. Some other citizens asked me to. And a few other things that brought my concern is the allegations in that PAC letter and the response by the town manager was a little bit demeaning to the citizens and demeaning to the PAC members. And then I got an email from you, Mr. Mayor, and Leanne, thank you very much. And then I got an email from the town manager contradicting half of the statements and allegations that the PAC made and his response to it, which is a little concerning that the transparency is not there. Perception is a big issue here. And citizens don't know how law enforcement hiring practices work. But I can tell you 99% of police officers and departments, their hiring practices are the same. You submit an application, you review it, there's automatically disqualifiers, you do a background investigation, and you have an interview panel. And a cumulative score, along with background, is decided, and the chief has the ultimate decision to make or hire and not hire the officers. The town manager said it was his decision ultimately. I understand that he's an oversight of all the departments, but in the email he said that the chief had the final decision on the one certain candidate that the PAC brought up. I feel like that's a discrepancy. So even more so, the perception is that there's things that are not being told. And I think there should be an initiative, I don't know what it is, as a short-term solution, to look into the hiring practices, because if the town manager has a score on a candidate he's never even met or spoken to, how does that supersede an interview board? And why do we have an interview board? Again, thanks for your responses. I'm very passionate about this beach, being born and raised here. And I'm sorry for the bullheaded email that I sent you, if it was out of line. But just coming from experience, I just want to kind of be a liaison between the public and the police department and the public and you guys. Thank you for everything that you do. I don't want to have your job.
Thank you, Kim. It was good to finally talk to you. I appreciate it. Fred Fisher. Sir, you would. Oh. Go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening. My first choice wasn't to be here tonight. It was to be downtown celebrating my son's graduation from law school. UNC. I hate to say that, but he's. My second choice would have been at the Shuckin' Shack or Fat Pig. So maybe I'll see you there later. But because fear is a big motivator, I'm here tonight because I'm afraid of what's happening in this town, this country, of what I call a society of permission. We have to get permission from everybody today. And one of the things I think is driving this is what's happening is, and I didn't make this up, someone much smarter than I said, the power to tax is the power to destroy. And so what you, ladies and gentlemen, have here tonight is the power to tax and the power to destroy. It's pretty simple. Everybody in this room has been talking about it because you're talking about all these public projects, and unfortunately, I have to say, nothing personal, but I think this is all a abdication of us locally and across the country, everywhere from education to, healthcare, a lot of different things. But it started with the advent of the professional planners, whether you like it or not. I'm not a big fan of professional planners, okay? Because they plan, and if they don't work. They have to do something to justify their existence, like a surgeon has to operate to make a living, okay? And so I think today what we're dealing with is what I call crony municipalityism. In other words, so we always have these projects. Somebody wants to have this project, that project, but they don't essentialize them. So that's what's happening today. We get these projects like what this lady is talking about, building, a new whatever, costing millions of dollars. Or we got a project to, we'll just build us another little building so that the lifeguards can use the bathroom. I don't know about you folks, but when I grew up, if I had to take a leak, I went in the ocean. That's as simple as that. Okay? So what I want you to think about, and I'm not trying to, come down on you or anything, because I think all of you are sincere about your jobs and what you want to do, and I really think you're doing a pretty fair job. But before you start taxing me at 75, it's going to drive me off this island. I'm on a fixed budget. This town's not on a fixed budget in a sense, because it can always come to the people, not necessarily with their consent, but they can raise the taxes. So before you start raising taxes on me and driving me off the island, think twice about it. Thank you.
What's last on the list to sign up? If anyone else out in the public would like to approach council before we move into
the budget
public hearing.
No, we have
we got
a public hearing.
Do we need a?
Well, I was going to suggest, Mr. Mayor, that we go ahead and let these gentlemen present their CUP and then take a break before the budget, because they look like they might be getting a little sleepy over there. Mr. Barnes and Mike.
I'm old.
You
All right. Yes, I'm good.
And I think we probably need to take a break before the budget.
Yeah.
Since you gentlemen always like bathroom breaks.
Okay. After. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing to consider a conditional use permit application. All individuals intending to testify must come forward and be sworn in by the town clerk.
Put your hand in there.
Pay attention. Pay attention. Joe, Mike, pay attention.
Pay attention.
Are the statements you're about to make the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're gorgeous.
Can we do that again?
At this time, I open the evidentiary hearing. I would like the town attorney to give a brief overview of a quasi-judicial hearing.
Mayor, council, citizens, y'all have heard this spill before, but this hearing that is getting ready to come before council is a quasi-judicial hearing. That means that this is an evidentiary hearing, much like would take place in a court of law, which means that council must follow specific procedures required by state law in making its decision tonight. Specifically, the board's discretion is limited. You must base your decision on the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence that is presented. Folks have just been sworn in. If you're speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and the standards, not personal preference or opinion. If you intend to testify, please do not offer unsupported opinions or speculation, because the board cannot consider this testimony in this type of hearing. Please limit your testimony to relevant and competent, substantial, and material evidence. Before we begin, counsel, the parties or the party that will appear before you tonight is entitled to have the matter judged by an impartial decision maker. If you have a conflict of interest, you must not participate. The conflict of interest exists if you have a close familial, business, or other relationship with an affected person or a financial interest in the outcome of the matter. Does any member of the board have any conflict, partiality to disclose, or recusal to offer?
No.
Does any member of the board have any ex parte communications to disclose?
No.
No. Okay.
Staff presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. This is a conditional use permit to consider an expansion of Superior Auto to add 3 bays. It's located on 3 lots at 109 Sumter, 107, and 105 South 2nd Street. The existing automobile structure was built in 1988. It has 4 bays with an office consisting of 1,860 square feet. Just quickly, the adjacent uses that surround the property to the west are vacant lots. To the north is a vacant lot and also a single-family home. To the south is a multi-family complex, and east is the restaurant, A&G Barbecue, and also a single-family property. So there is a variety of uses adjacent to the property. It was rezoned when it originally was built from highway business to neighborhood business in 2006. And this was the area that was rezoned, was a stretch adjacent to Lake Park Boulevard from the lake to Carolina Sand subdivision entrance. The reason it was zoned for neighborhood business from highway business was the majority of that area was residential in nature, and highway business did not allow for residential standalone properties, and neighborhood business did to accommodate those. However, the neighborhood business did not allow for automobile repair garages, which made this use non-conforming. So an ordinance was changed in 2017 to allow automobile repair garages with a conditional use permit as a result because of its proximity to residential and zone properties. The neighborhood business, here's a map of the area. It does extend from the lake to Carolina Sands. The uses consist of single family. There are some retail, offices, a restaurant, a laundromat, and the automobile repair garage as mentioned. This district provides to accommodate service activities, providing goods and personal services to the immediate neighborhood. Currently, there's 3 zones that automobile repair garages are allowed. One is the highway business, which is permitted by right, as well as the industrial and neighborhood business. There are some specific standards that the applicant must make provisions for. The expansion to accommodate the additional bays, they will be they will be improving the existing ingress and egress to accommodate 2-way traffic. There's existing 2 driveway cuts. They will be expanding those to 24 feet. The off-street parking, they will be identifying, demarking the parking spaces. There will be a total of 30 spaces. They are providing a fenced-in area to separate from customer parking to cars that are in the process of either waiting to be worked on or to be picked up to a secure area for that as well. The refuse trash will be no change. They will be having roll-away trash containers. Utilities, there's no upgrade in water or sewer. That will be required for the additional bays. Screening and buffering. They will be landscaping street trees along 2nd Street, but they are asking for a landscape buffer just because of the existing conditions of the automobile repair garage. So the ordinance does allow for a waiver granted for that. The fence that I mentioned before is proposed to be a 6-foot chain link fence for the parking area to be secure. Within the required 20-foot setback area, the ordinance requires fence height to be 4 feet. With a granted conditional use permit, they can extend it to 6 feet, which they are asking for as well. No new signs are proposed, and the building does meet the required setbacks and lot coverage for the district. Before you is the action of approval. Must be consistent with the findings in the zoning ordinance, or a denial should be directly related to one or more of the following findings, as you see before you. Staff, as well as planning and zoning, did recommend approval of the conditional use permit of the expansion. This area is in the mixed-use 1 district of the land use plan. It is consistent with the area, which does include providing commercial services. The request for approval included to install the 6-foot fence request into the 20-foot front setback yard, and also a waiver on the adjacent landscape requirement. Conditions, because the property is located in the flood zone, of course, the automobile repair bay will be on the ground floor. To meet flood requirements, it will be required to be flood proofed. And also, because the lot is existing, the property is on 3 lots, a recombination plat would be required before a building permit. And I'll answer any questions that you have.
Staff. P&Z was unanimous?
Yes, sir.
All right. The applicant may now present excuse me, evidence and legal arguments in support of the request, sir.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Ned Barnes, 814 Carolina Beach Avenue North, right here in Carolina Beach. The bottom line is Mr. Maltba has been there for around 14 years, and his business has continued to expand over the years as he's been there. He has just an excellent reputation here on the island. Certainly that speaks well of Mr. Maltba, since I think auto technicians are about on par with attorneys in public opinion polls. But we would contend that in this situation, other than expanding the building, it meets all 7 of the criteria. The ingress and egress will be the same. They're going to expand their access into the property for safety reasons. As was mentioned here earlier, all parking requirements have been met. Refuse will not change, utilities will not change, the screening and buffering. There's plans to improve the landscaping there, but they are asking for that one waiver on the buffer. And then as far as the fence is concerned, for the protection of the vehicles, they have requested that the fence be 6 feet to keep other folks out of the area and also to protect the vehicles that are in there. There's no change in signs at all. And the open space is met, and they're certainly more than willing to meet the conditions set up about flood proofing the property and replatting the property as to one map. We certainly would contend under the general conditions that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety. The use meets all required conditions and specifications as it currently exists now as an auto repair facility. The use will not substantially injure the value of the adjoining property, which again, there's no change other than an expansion. So what's there is there, they're just expanding. And that the location, if developed, is in harmony, and we contend that also meets the criteria. Mr. Reynolds is here. He drafted the plans. If you have any specific questions, I'm sure he'd be glad to address those.
Board have any questions?
I have a question about the fence. Is that a chain link fence or a wooden fence or what?
Chain link.
Pretty much like what's there now.
Pretty much what's there now.
Questions? Any other questions? No? Okay. Does the applicant have any other witnesses to call? Okay, with that then, I make a motion to open for public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
The public like to approach. Sir.
Do I need to be sworn into anything?
Yes.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand.
I swear to uphold on my honor to tell the truth, the whole truth, and so help my honor. So I would submit this evidence in support of this gentleman's business, the Permission Society. This thing's right into what I was talking about before. Why on God's green earth would we need to be brought in, or he needs brought in here, hire this man, come in and speak to him to build something on his own property is just beyond comprehension to me. It's just beyond comprehension. So, in that vein, don't do it again. I'll leave this to you to read.
I have all kinds of time. I do need to books.
But I put my name and address in there. I would like it back.
And we are live streaming on Facebook, so there's plenty of people who watch that transaction. Anyone else from the public? Okay, with that, I make a motion to close public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Any other witnesses?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve.
Yeah. All those in favor?
Well, you gotta go.
Well, hold on. You want to
Stand by.
It must be
I'm
as
in
consistent
a hurry.
with the, I find it consistent with the zoning ordinance, and it meets all 7 required findings, general conditions 1 through 4, all conditions is listed in the granting order. Was that close enough?
It's fine. The 4 and 7 conditions.
Yes, meets all 7 required findings, general conditions 1 through 4, all conditions is listed.
Is there a motion stated, Jeremy?
Consistent with land use plan.
Yeah. Are you,
As presented?
yeah, are you granting the waiver? Wasn't there a
Yes,
request?
as they presented.
Landscaping in front of the fence.
The fence in the 20-foot setback and the landscape waiver and the height on the fence, yes. Because I believe in yes.
Yes.
Except for when you're dealing with teenagers.
You just go on.
Okay. All right, got it.
I just want to say that I've done business with Mike for many years, and him and his staff have always been very courteous and respectful people in our community. So appreciate, you coming to us. And it's a service to our community to have a place that we can use on the island. So I'm certainly in favor. I would only ask that maybe you would consider, and I know that's at your personal thoughts, that the slatted fence that I also would recommend the town of Carolina Beach using all their chain link fence around town, but I haven't been able to accomplish that yet either, but just maybe look at that.
I was actually thinking about not doing.
I think it looks good.
Doing the chain link, I was thinking about doing the iron, one of the black iron fence, because I think it would look.
But that's up to you, and I was also asking the town to do the same thing, so I haven't, I'm sorry, Mr. Attorney Fox, but yes, I'm in favor. I know what that look means. I get my point out.
Call for the question.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, really? Hey, I make a motion to recommend approval of the conditional use permit.
He made it.
I haven't heard a motion.
See, man, jump in.
We didn't cut them off and talk about the fence side.
I was just making a suggestion, I'd like to see the fence out.
Okay, then with that motion stated, the question's been called. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thanks, Mike. And Mr. Attorney, the car mechanics, lawyers, and politicians, we're close to. All right. So
Thanks for waiting, guys.
to make not a motion, I'm going to recess the meeting for 10 minutes. Everyone back, please, at 9:10 p.m.
Mike, I think your reputation's better than all yours.
No matter what you say on the internet.
No matter what you say. I didn't recognize you. You walked away.
I just gotta say.
I'm glad it's your name right here. You can see that. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, someone told me about that months ago. As soon as you say that, it feels like you write this
That's a bit more than actually. And I live right there.
streetscape video. We may not money They're talking about trying to adjust the safety standard. Oh yeah, he's the guy.
Plus, it's like, when we rent there, it's like, well, here's like parking we have on the grass. Some of the things that we're going to pay for public use are yes, I've been out there.
They have it looks like it's a unit test before this
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like right there. And so, I put my phones out when it's busy because I come home and it's like somebody from Tennessee. I'm like, I live here. Shame. I know. Well, I have this, I felt really silly because I'm like, oh, a sign-in sheet, I'm going to sign in. And then David was like, would you sign up the seat for him? Like, oh, I'm like, I didn't. She's like, well, that's the best part. I'm like, I'll stand up and just tell you to read up.
No, I'm not. You're not? Okay, I was like, wait a minute. I see a blonde over here, and I'm like, wait a minute, close enough.
Pretty good. Staying busy. Like, I want to be more involved. And a lot of times people talk about things that are happening, and I'm like, oh, I can hear about this, right? I'm not on Facebook 24/7. Yeah, I'm not on Facebook 24/7. I know so, like, I mean, stuff like that is landlord things. I'm like, well, I'd like to be more involved. I'm gonna do this. I signed about signing for the signing sheet. Oh, my name was like, I'm like,
I used the slang expression "it's smoking," but that's not a good thing to say to the fire chief.
Yeah. Thanks for coming tonight. You're going to volunteer for something. I got one, right? I'm right. Well, I've been talking with you. I didn't see that man right there. I know. I was thinking a lot of things like second hand. I'm not reading all right. And then I was I'm like, wow.
Everybody's eating healthy, maybe. So my tummy is still digesting all that.
Well, that's good.
The only thing I never mentioned from my resume is spent some time at the hospital. Young and stupid, you know. About private insurance. You have to change this
It is, because right now it's hard to
She's very qualified. She's one male, one
everything always goes in
Right, I'm right.
You're yelling at me about it. You're very emotional about it.
Why they taking our recycling and put it in the dump down? They're not recycling it.
I'm going to call this up. You do? I'm not saying you're wrong. I just like to know. No. Recycling? Lunch is recycling. No. Then I would. Why? Why would county? Looking at
Excellent. I'm glad you got
Thank you so much for, I bugged the crap out of you during like one of the busiest times of your professional life.
what I'm here for.
Well, no, not necessarily, but you were so gracious about it, and I really, really appreciate it, so thank you. Oh my gosh. And you're so responsive, which is not across the board, so.
Unfortunately, but I try to be.
That goes leaps and bounds, and if you ever want to be like, girl, like bug somebody else, just tell me.
I enjoy it.
Like be a professional even? I do too. So yes, if you ever need, so I do marketing and PR, and I'm a pretty good writer and editor, so if you ever need anybody to like just come take a glance at something, send it to me. Yes, I'll be happy. I will volunteer my services just for you, okay?
My assistant, Nick.
Oh, yeah.
And she was great about helping me proofread in minutes.
Oh, and see, and I can do that, like, I do that, like, in like a minute. I do that kind of stuff in my sleep. Yeah.
Sending me stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'll be happy to, because I'm all about, like, yeah. I know what it's like to not have, like, that second set of eyes before you send press releases and that sort of thing. I hate sending that stuff out. You're, like, going out to a zillion people, and you're hitting send, and you're like, oh, my God.
And then you start sweating.
Yeah.
Oh, no. And then when I go back and read it after,
Oh yeah, that's when you find it. So, and that kind of stuff, I take like Sharpies with me so that I can like put the apostrophe on the sign and that kind of thing. So, yeah, please take me up on it.
Should I have bags? You'd like to change
Yeah, when she's not with
Oh, yeah.
Prove those that you
He made you do a
I swear it's right here. What was it? Yeah. Well, we get No.
Now Discovery is live early August. I just don't miss it. They moved it back to I can't feel until they talk about engineering is going to be the fixes coming down. How you doing?
I'm doing well, Noel. How about you? I took a breather tonight. I just thought that was
But they got it covered. Everybody else has it covered. Lord have mercy.
never a dull moment.
You don't want guys they'll do and say, oh, they don't want us to talk about.
No, it's not bad. And I apologize. I've never done that video. That's what she was.
It's been 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
What was it, 10 after? Didn't you say come back to 10 after? So I think it's been 15. It's going to be a while longer.
Where are the rest of your...
I know, it's true.
Hey, man.
Hey, how are you?
Well, we should call the meeting.
All right, everybody, let's get back at this. I have Jody and Tom in the end. You guys out there?
We hired him.
Try to keep on a disciplined timeline.
We forgot about it.
Hey, can you help me out with that?
It's okay to bite.
Grandkids are coming on Sunday.
Yep. Not typically, though. More than-
These are the lifers.
All right.
Let the eye rolling begin.
Next,
9:15, you're like, I'm dedicated over here.
next item is the budget strategy. Before we begin, though, I'd like to acknowledge someone with us here. Debbie, you are the finance director. You have also exceeded your responsibilities throughout this process, diving into budget matters, and I really appreciate that. I know maybe it's looked disjointed at times. It's been frustrating for some of us, this whole process, getting information late and being sick. All that aside, no reflection on you. You've done great, and so thank you many times for your patience. Don't worry, we're not going to make you the budget officer. Do it real good. Okay, presentation from. Are we doing a presentation? Is this something you want to show us before we open up for?
I have the manager's presentation that he gave on the 28th. I can put some of those slides up if you want to go through them.
I think that'd be beneficial if people on
I see there's 43 of them.
I had a rebid one, but it doesn't appear to have saved on here, so. But I can go through, and I was going to start here. Let's see if I can get this to pop up here. So this gives your budget revenues versus expenses. So your revenues for your general fund, expenses for your general fund, and also enterprise revenue expenses showing your balanced budget. This included a 2-cent property tax increase, 6.2% increase on marina dock, and that was taking us to $400 a month.
Yeah, back up one. We're just gonna have to walk through this a little bit.
Sure.
Thank you. On the general fund, you have revenues at 15.5 and expenses at 15.170. As I read that, then we would have excess revenue to put back into the general fund.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're all tracking this, because we've seen some different numbers, we've had different conversations. So keep moving forward. This is based on the manager's presentation that you
On the 28th.
on the 28th.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So if there's anything he's talked to you about or changed since then, it's...
Well, I think there was some changes. I mean, Debbie was...
Right.
So are those changes then, Debbie, reflected in that 15.5 in revenues versus expenses? Is that why the expenses went down 15.1, because you took out those 4 positions? Or is that the same number? I mean, I've got it spread out here. I've got 6 different versions of this, and I'm trying to understand exactly which one we're working on.
Yeah, the revenue number is still the same, but the
Expenses went down. Right. And it went down by the amount of those 4 positions that were removed in the budget, but the dollars remain.
Correct.
Right. So now we have an excess of 330.
And is that the number you emailed us, the 560,000, not?
No, that's...
Since that number, we added that 136 for the Clarendon.
Okay, but the 560 less than 136.
Correct.
So those are the updated numbers on revenue and expenses for the general fund. And those are the same expenses for the revenue and expenses on the enterprise fund that we saw on May 28th. Debbie, we haven't had any changes to those in the past 7 days? Or have we? No. Okay. Thank you.
Do one more question for Debbie. What does that reflect in COLA merit and retirement?
The numbers that I gave to you in your handouts still have the
311?
Okay, so let's just talk about that for a minute. That's 3%? It still has a 3% COLA?
That still had the 3% COLA.
So back up, Ed, if you would again, please.
Sure.
Because we've had some conversations amongst us, and we've talked to Lucky individually and said collectively, we're going to try and give you something that works for what we think we're hearing from, collectively from council. So you're saying that revenue, or those expenses, reflect 3% COLA, 1% merit, and a reduction down to 1% in the 401k?
Correct.
Okay. So, as we had discussed earlier, we asked Debbie to provide us a number because it came to the attention, where's the number that she gave us? It was on the COLA and the merit, right?
Yeah. 1%?
Yes. So what's come back is I think some of us felt, and I'm going to speak in generalities here, that maybe going from a 3% COLA to a 2% COLA would generate more revenue. It wouldn't cost, because it would reduce the expenses, so the net revenue would be better. However, staff has indicated that there's great concern among employees reducing the 401k from its current position to 1%. And Debbie, I think the way you had explained that to me is the 1% is an automatic 401 contribution made by the town to an employee's 401.
Yes, sir.
And currently, there's an opportunity for an employee to put 2% additional dollars in, up to 2%, which would then be matched by the town, giving an employee potentially 5% of their income into a 401k.
Yes, sir.
And that is transferable if the employee leaves from public employment to any other position. They can take their 401, it's transferable. I mean, I'm not an accountant, but isn't that what you explained to me?
Yes, sir.
So the manager's proposal to drop that down, is that not?
You just said 5%, so that would be right.
1, 2, and 2, I don't know, that's.
We match 2, and then there would be 2 added. So 1% automatic and then 2% would be,
Where we are now. And then the employees fit in.
and then the employee put 2% in.
Thank you.
So that's 5. So an employee potentially could have as much as 5% of their income into a 401k, either their own contribution or town contribution. The manager came back and said, let's just change that all and just give them a 1 point, not allowing an employee to earn an extra 2% match. And that seems to have great consternation with the employees at town hall. So we asked Debbie, could you give us a number if we said stick with the, what would it look like if we said just leave the 401k match where it is at 3? Right? And I think you told us earlier, it was, and I have notes here, and now I've got them lost because I took so many notes on other stuff. It was $80-some thousand. It was, right. So the 3% total is 126. The manager said take it down to 1. So if you take 60% of the 126 and add it back, it's you know, we're adding $80,000 to expenses on that with 5.17.
Is that for one?
That's
one point
that's
or
the 2. So what Debbie said is this past year, the town contributed $126,000 into 1 plus 2, equaling 3%. Lucky has suggested just do the 1. So if you take 127 and 126 divided by 3 multiplied by 2, we're ending up adding roughly $80,000 back to that expenses. Okay? And then on the utility fund, you had 38 and you'd end up adding back 23. So there's a little expenses that go back to the town, but we're talking about employee retention, right? Jillian said we got to make sure we're doing it. So the 401k is an issue that I still have. The manager's budget that they're presenting to us here, it has 3% COLA, 1% merit, and 1% 401. And I would like to suggest we look at, and I think Debbie ran some numbers, 2% COLA, 1% merit, and leave the 401 where it is at 3. So there's going to be some adjustments to that revenue and expenses. And what we tried to ask you today is what that's going to shake out to. And Debbie, I don't think had time to do that. And I guess this is where we're making sausage, guys. So speak up. I don't, you know.
Well, and I'm not necessarily against that. I think obviously the employees feel like that's more important to them than the COLA adjustment. I think the COLA adjustment was a COLA is cost of living. Now, I don't think that I'm not sure what the current national inflation rate is, but the manager's proposal was to use the COLA adjustment as a vehicle to just get closer to what we need from the job study. You know, the inequities.
Right.
In other words, if you move the whole pay scale up 3%,
so
that gets closer.
I spent some time today
If you
with
do
our
2%, you don't get as close, but that's a conscious decision we can
I
make.
spent some time with our HR person today, and that pay study that came back
Yeah.
said in total,
Right.
to move everyone up according to what the pay study said,
Right.
everybody,
Right.
it's about $700,000, just shy of $700,000.
Right.
The way it was explained to me was we already have in this budget built in the police department increase,
Right.
which was $120,000, $130,000.
And that would adjust part of it.
So that's 700, you get to reduce that.
Right.
The
Exactly.
COLA takes out another $120,000.
Right.
But HR suggested that there are some adjustments in that pay scale that may not be valid for our particular community. That some of the jumps that are suggested, and that HR suggested that they would like a little time to meet with management and department heads to review what might be appropriate or not be appropriate. So I think we were a little premature in saying we need to fund that across the board. And
My first recommendation is, as we start speaking of things that we are now, is that we should probably at least try to catch our residents up, because right now we're jumping ahead of where we're being presented to them. And just to make it fair, so that way they're going to have the proper input on this, that we should allow this to run out a little bit more. So that way, because you're at this part of the road right now, they're at this part. So as we start to be in agreement, and we run through a little bit more, so that way.
And is there a link where we can see it, the budget?
There is.
it's right, this is it.
Yeah, you already have the link.
So we have a budget that was prepared by the manager and presented to us, and before he left town, we suggested to him that we're going to have a budget hearing, hear what the public has to say, and then we're going to make some recommendations as council. And those recommendations then will have to be formatted and republished, and the manager will have to take those into consideration. But it is the job of council by the end of June to have an approved balanced budget.
The manager has written a manager's message, which is fine, but there are some things in the budget that we are hearing and that we have different opinions and that we want to fine tune.
Sure.
So what we're talking about are not necessarily numbers that are going to be on a spreadsheet tonight. So I think Jodan's right. We'll let Ed go through the process. You can look at these numbers and then grab a pen and
Right.
ride along.
However, for anybody who's watching and listening, if you go to the town's website, you go to town governments, you click town manager. Under town manager on the top left, it says proposed budget for 1920. And that should have all this information that we're about to go through now. For anybody who's watching and who's at home.
And also, we will not be voting on the budget tonight.
Correct.
Because we've set that for the 25th. It'll be at 6 o'clock, please note, not 6:30. But 6 o'clock. And I encourage anybody that's here or even in the internet audience to come out and speak at that, because that's when we'll be making whatever final changes we feel like we need to have before we can vote on it. Because at least 3 of us have to support it.
So just a question before we move on. I heard Steve make a comment. Does this include I thought it was $160,000 for the police pay study? Wow.
130? Yeah.
It was a little less than what was presented in January, because it was around 160, but since we had some turnover, all that.
So is that in this proposed, funded in this budget?
It's in the proposed budget for us.
Sorry, I just want to hear from Debbie.
That's right.
Sure. I'm glad to hear from Holly too. So that's
Just to clarify, everything that's being presented through these slideshows is as of today.
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, this actually was May 28th.
Well, meaning it's a moving target.
The slides, there it is.
Yeah, it's May 28th, so that's the reality. Understand some things may have changed since then.
And this is with a 2% tax increase. That's where these revenues are also generated.
That's baked in.
Yes.
That's what.
Okay, just to back it up one more time, Ed, just to summarize it, I believe what you're telling us is this revenue and expenses include a 2% property tax increase, a 3% COLA, a 1% merit, and a reduction down to 1% on the 401. It includes funding the police department pay study in its entirety to bring the entire police force up. And then it includes the other various line items that the manager had in there for capital issues, capital programs, maintenance and operation. It also had all of the vacancies funded. The only removals were the ones that the police chief said he no longer needed those particular positions, and I think there was one other that was removed. It was 4 or 5 total. Other than that, all the positions that are vacant at town hall are in there and funded.
Right.
And we still end up with, we have the net revenue.
What do you mean,
for-
all the other positions? Now, we talked about, don't talk.
No, I don't,
That-
you're right.
So
We had a
that's why we
difference.
want to know. We
had a
talked
difference.
about filling the water department, and we talked about filling the finance department. So how many other positions are still funded and unfilled in that budget?
On the general fund side, we have the David Jordan's old position. I can't remember the name of that position.
You have.
These, except for the bottom 5,
Yes.
they're all funded. They're not filled yet, but they're all funded. Which means all of those department positions that were asked for are in the budget to be funded. And I thought the way we talked about it a week ago was we were going to take those revenues, those positions, and recapture those into a general fund reserve.
That's what I understood.
That was my recollection as well.
That ain't happening. What's in there is.
So how much is that?
Depends on $637,000 if you take out the sum, the 262 that Debbie took out already. So there's still $637,000 of employee funding in that 15,170 that we thought we were going to take out and pay the police with. We were going to change the COLA, and we were going to get 250 or 300 into reserves. We don't have to do any of that, and we still end up with the 400 in reserves, and every one of those positions is full. And then what we talked about with the manager 2 weeks ago. So that's a little confusing to me.
I concur.
Which is why I thought those revenues would be higher, given the expectation for vacant, unfunded positions.
Should be another 600.
Yes.
Should be. So but the question is, and this is the manager's discretion, and this is what Debbie was telling me earlier. Debbie's got a position in the finance department that she says if we don't fill it, The LGC is gonna come back, and the auditors, I guess, not the LGC, the auditors are gonna come back.
It is LGC, actually.
Okay, they're
Well, I
gonna
think
call
we'll
a conflict, right? Because she's doing jobs that the auditor says you have to split that function. And the only way to do that is to allow her to hire that person. I thought the only person we were talking about hiring was one of the vacancies in billing that would allow us to get the damn water bills out so people could pay and we could get ready.
Well, I understood that Debbie had a state requirement to fill that other position, and that's certainly something we would have to do. But I don't really know about these other
All
ones.
the rest of those except for these, which the chief took out, you know.
Go right ahead.
Go ahead then.
And for the public, in the past, and I'll just say it, I mean, I know there's certain positions that need to be filled and certain ones maybe not. I don't know. How long have they been vacant would be my first question. When they're a placeholder and we approve the budget, then somehow in the next year, all these people get hired, which is what happens. And that's why we are looking to pull it from the budget so that it won't sit there as a placeholder for a job that can be filled after we pass the budget, unless we are
But
kind of
if
in
the money's
agreement.
not there to hire them, you can't hire them.
That's right, the money has to be there to hire them.
That's right. So that's why I thought we were going to look harder at these different unfilled positions.
Mayor,
Please.
pardon me, I have just confirmed with the finance director, the presentation that y'all are looking at was delivered to council on May the 28th.
Yes.
The budget message was delivered on May the 31st. So I'm not certain that what you are looking at here is the actual budget message, balanced budget, that was delivered
Right.
by the deadline.
Yeah, because we had a lot of conversation after that.
I mean, it has been delivered, but this PowerPoint presentation was prepared on May the 28th. So I just want to make certain that it
Perhaps
may
we
be
should
that
not
the things,
look at it. We won't
the
have any
things
more of
that
this.
y'all are discussing may have already been addressed
Yeah,
in the
right.
actual budget
Does anybody
message
see
rather
value
than
in
what
going
you're
through
looking
this?
at now.
I just want to see the real budget. We've met 1,000 times and I'm sick of it. And I want to fix it.
This was presented on May 28th, but Debbie changed these numbers after May 28th. This screen right here has different numbers than what was presented on May 28th.
So I'm not sure the value of going through this. Council, what do you think?
Well, I mean, we did have a lot of conversation after May 28th. And you keep questioning all these things. We've got the budget that was presented with the message from the manager online. We've had access to that. Maybe we should just listen to the public and let's hear what they have to say tonight. Many of them have already seen the budget online.
If these aren't the right numbers, it's kind of hard for the public to comment.
I don't know, I did not prepare this PowerPoint presentation, but I do know that the budget message was delivered at 10 p.m. on May the 31st. So it has been published by the town clerk, it has been delivered, it was published, and so that is available on the town's website. But I just don't know, because this presentation is dated May 28th, whether or not what was put out on the public forum is the actual
Well, then let's
budget.
perhaps we should take 5 minutes and get the current budget that was put out with the budget manager and put it on the screen. Because
Can you go to the website?
can we put it on the website? Because I agree. All I know is it's June 11th. This is our June council meeting to approve a final budget. We've extended that. We've now had to schedule another meeting.
I don't have a keyboard, Jeremy.
At some point, Debbie is the finance officer. She's not the budget officer. Our budget officer isn't here tonight. We are running out of time. If we need to bring in someone that can actually do a darn budget and help the manager, there is some people. There is an individual that could probably come to town hall and help do that.
I don't think that's necessary, Steve.
If I don't get some numbers and some answers,
When
it
we
is
hired
necessary.
our manager, we knew he was going to be absent this week during the planned vacation. We agreed to allow him to do that. He prepared everything before he left, and he'll be back next week. And we can go on there. That's why we've got the 25th meeting, 25th as a meeting already scheduled. You know that, I know that.
That is the
That is
meeting
the
we
vote.
vote.
That is to accept the final budget.
We would normally be voting tonight, we'd have a public meeting just like we do now, and we'd be voting, that's no different. We
And I would
moved
be
it to
voting
the
against the
25th.
budget if
It's
we
the
voted
same-
tonight.
It's the same date.
Yes, but in the past, Tom, we have had a public meeting prior to the final public meeting.
We've had multiple opportunities for the public to come, and we've
Yes.
yet to show them a budget. I'm yet to see a final, we saw it online. We haven't had it presented. I'm just telling you,
Budgets always change. I've been on, this is my 5th year on council, and you've been here longer than I have. It's the same process we've always had.
I have, and this is the worst budget process I've been through. We had one contentious year where we did a revenue neutral, and we came in under revenue neutral.
Well, we have a new manager. You were part of that, so.
You're right, and
But here we are now, and apologize to you guys looking at having to go through this. Yeah.
So residents out there, we do apologize as we try to figure out if this is the current up-to-date that's being presented to us. It's very frustrating for us, and I'm very sure it's the same thing for you.
Can we speak?
Hopefully we get
And
the
just
next
a minute.
one.
I'll open up for sure.
I just wanted to bring something to your attention.
Well, we're going to find the right budget.
Okay.
Is that the? Just give us a second.
Okay, this is the budget.
I believe that's the utility budget. Was it not expenses at 930? So prior to that would be the general fund. It's broken out in the first section. The first section will get you don't want to do that.
Hey, has anybody found it over there, the current budget? Because I get a hard time. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open up for, no, I want to do that because we've got folks out there that have things to say. I don't want to keep them here till midnight. So with that, I make a motion to open the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Dorian?
Doran, you go first.
First in line.
Well,
Start us off.
since this is about money, and I'm very serious when it comes to money, are you aware as a council that as we speak, we have parking meters that are down up near the crush and grind that have notes on them? We're losing revenue as we speak. We've been losing it all day. I have pictures on my cell phone. That is managed by Lanier, am I correct?
That's correct.
That's all I wanted to say. Town's losing revenue, you want to raise taxes, you want all these lavish things, and we need police officers more than we need anything else, and firefighters. We need to repair our infrastructure. We need our parking meters to work. Our contractor's not doing their job.
Mr. Parkman, would you address that with Lanier tomorrow in front of Commissioner Garland?
Yes, ma'am.
And the Freeman parking passes.
Yes.
Yeah, we hadn't forgot about that either.
We haven't got with Lanier.
Okay.
There's a number.
That's another course that
There's
we need.
a portfolio of things that they need to.
That's for another
Anyway,
one.
thank you for bringing that up.
Probably the next one.
Anyone else out here with us tonight in Chambers would like to come talk?
Next.
Okay.
Almost saw one get up. You didn't.
No, I'm just adjusting.
I'll tell you what, do we have the right one up?
Somebody's gonna get up.
Let me know when we have the right one up. I'll close public hearing and then reopen it once we get if it's out there.
This is the line item budget that is the latest. Debbie just had me pull it up. So this should be your latest numbers as of the 31st.
We'll give public a chance to come after we see what, I guess this is the new budget. So with that, I make a motion to close public hearing. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes.
It's June 11th. This is the same thing.
Well, we just had a public session. I think we're going to come back to that, yes.
I'm not opposed to it.
And did the town manager
I
sit
think
down
it
with you
is.
before he left and said, hey, present this,
That's-
go through these things with you?
I've been out with Coast Guard for the last week.
This
so
is June,
I have not.
this is as of June 11th. That's what that date is on the bottom, it's June 11th.
Oh,
It's today's date.
So no, I can't offer any input on it.
Anybody here who he has?
I think the rest of the staff has.
Well, this is the budget that was put out. We need to go through it.
Well, what we gotta do is figure out
I want to make sure that's it.
what we want before the 25th. Because we do need to vote on the 25th.
Yes, we did.
I'm not necessarily opposed to Steve's idea that maybe we need somebody to go over. I can't get the answers I'm asking for.
So, Ed, this is the revenue of the general fund. Can you get to the bottom line revenue of the general fund, and then let's look at the expenses. The general fund, there it was, 15 what? Back up one more.
This is.
It was 15.5, it was pretty close. So, I mean, we had a slide presentation. What I'm trying to get to is what the changes were that Ms. Fox pointed out between the May 28th and the budget that was posted at 10 o'clock. So it's 15,696. Those
Yeah,
are,
there it is.
okay, now if you look at that's the initial budget request, you got to go over to the recommended budget report, which is 1593. So he's saying he carved out another $602,000.
Right.
He's saying at the end of the day, I want you to approve 15,093 in expenses. That's the way I read that.
That's it, yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And Debbie, as far as you know, or Ed, as far as you know, those expenses include 3% COLA?
Yes, it's 3% COLA, 1% merit, 1% 401k.
Okay?
So,
And
I
that
gotta
includes-
ask,
that
where did it come
includes-
from? How did we fund the
Police
police
pay.
pay study and get $600,000 back?
So he cut up some other stuff.
Yep.
He got the 409.
Yeah.
All right? So what I'm hearing you say is that 15.9 in expenses includes the 3% COLA, the 1% merit, the 1% 401k reduction. It includes funding the police pay raise as per the police pay study. And it includes a 2% or a 2-point property tax increase. Is that your understanding?
Correct. And put $600,000 back in the general fund?
I don't know that yet, because that's just the expenses, right? So you gotta go 15,093,921, and Ed, can you get to the last page of income? As Willard is texting me, yes, this is embarrassing. That's the utilities.
You're kidding me, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's showing that 409, 290 currently would be going back to the fund balance.
And does that include funding these positions on this sheet of paper?
Yes, all of them except for the ones that.
Okay, but Debbie, every other one of these reports you've given us has gone through an expense column, and we get to total expenses, and it also shows a revenue that gets us to a total revenue. So somewhere prior to page 20, there must be a revenue page. It must be back up top, Ed, somewhere. This is just having studied. There it is. Back
Page
up.
7.
There you go. So he's got revenue. He's recommended revenue at 15,503. One of you guys out there that's got a calculator, what's the difference? 590,000, that's $410,000. 409. 409. That's the number Debbie said was on the other page.
Right.
So this budget shows that we would have 409 available to go back into the general fund. That's what this budget shows.
I just kind of need to know where that came from. It didn't just get created.
Well,
It came from somewhere.
that was we had 300 last week, and then Debbie showed where they had still had those 4 positions that weren't being filled funded. So she took that out of the 265 or thereabouts. She got the 5 and some change. We were all excited. We saw an email that said it was 565. She said, not so fast. We had to put in the Clarendon bike trail, the match that we approved in January.
Right.
So out of that 5 and some change, they backed out that number, and you end up with 409. And I'm sorry to go so fast around these numbers, but that's where it is. So that's how you ended up with 409,000. We had some conversations offline individually, just kind of canoodling over the last week of what would be acceptable, and I think we were sensitive to the employees wanting some kind of pay scale changes, and I think several people had kicked around some ideas of going from 3% COLA to 2% COLA, and then taking the 401k back up. As long as we got 250 to 300 into the general fund, there seemed to be some acceptance of that. And then Debbie spoiled that when she showed us we had 565, and then she crushed us when she said,
And I said we won't.
Right, right. And then she said 409, so, right now it's 409 and it's all those things they said. So the question is, do we want to tweak some of that and go back to Lucky and say, here's what council would approve? That's what we're here to do.
Broadly speaking, what would each of us like to see? I know that we've talked offline, Steve, you're right. We want to put something back into fund balance. Got to do that and show a trajectory of responsible to have money in the event of an emergency. Police pay, absolutely.
It's in there already.
It's in there already, so that's baked into it. So what
I'll
do
kick
we
it up.
set?
I'm looking at 2% COLA, 1% merit, and leaving the doggone 401 alone at 3%.
Well, that's budget impact.
It's going to take your 409 down to another 100. I gave you those numbers a little bit ago. It's 82 and 20. It's going to take it down another $100 and some thousand. So you're still at that 290, 300 into the general fund.
So loosely speaking, some of us said, hey, 250, 300 back into fund balance to show a trajectory is.
I said I would not support a two-point property tax increase unless we had at least 250 and the paycheck to the police, 250 into the general fund. I would prefer to see 300. I prefer to see 3 million, but reality, 250 to 300, I can support that.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I'll first.
That's where I'm at.
I'll give you one more curveball. So, I would leave it up to Debbie and Holly and Lucky and Ed and whoever can come up with the answer, whether it needs to be presented to us and show us what the budget impact is of 211, 311, 113, all those different increases. Show us what works. I know, but okay, just hang on. Could you give us that? Show us what you think works best for the staff. That's number one. Yes, we want to fund the
point is tonight we should be presenting to residents. Tonight our residents should be hearing these things. Not, hey guys, we need to push this off another week so we can re-present this week. We just wasted 3.5 hours of everyone's time. It's coming lists.
I don't think we have the information.
I think Debbie gave us, honestly, man, she gave us those numbers.
Well, where is it?
Right.
Is it on screen somewhere for everybody to see, or?
Yeah, piece of paper.
So, and yes, we want to fund the police pay study. So I really kind of still need to know how many funded positions are placeholders on this list.
All of them.
Okay, so that's nine, we're not talking about the police officers.
That's right. All of
There's
them.
9.
That's right. Those are all in that budget.
So are we going to fund and fill all those 9 positions, or are we going to look at not filling some?
That's a recommendation of the manager.
The manager?
Well, he's not here.
Okay, the manager said, based on this budget, he still has $400,000 he can put in the general fund. And yes, he gets to fill all those positions.
Right.
Now, the things that we talked about tweaking were the COLA, the merit, and the 401. If you want to come back and say, on top of that, I want to take out all of those positions and capture that other $600,000, or some of them, or leave that up to the manager to that's the manager.
Well, I'll tell you what has happened to us in the past is we've held positions that we may or may not have been crucial positions, and they've been filled.
Right.
Because we passed the budget.
Right, and what the manager has said is, I feel those are all critical positions. Now, you
Well,
can have a
I
different.
always hear that. I hear that every budget.
I'm just telling you, that's what the manager said, he needs those positions. If you ask Debbie, she needs her person. If you ask the guys in.
Everybody needs their people.
Right, I get that.
Or so we hear, and then we end up with 130 employees.
I
With
don't disagree
unfunded
with you. I'm
liabilities
just trying to
of calling
explain
there.
what's been presented to us, and if you.
I get it. I'm tracking you. I get what you're saying. I'm just not saying I agree with it.
So which one of those don't you?
I don't know. I need to talk to somebody who can give me some information.
Okay.
So, and the next thing, we'll go ahead and throw it at you. I don't think we should increase to 10% on the water bills this year. I think we should stick with the 5%.
I'm okay with that, but I wanted to try.
But how are we going to fund it?
I wanted to get through the general budget first, and then let's tackle.
Well, that's why I'm looking for the money.
Well, we're talking about the general fund. Okay, so the question is.
I get it.
Okay, well, which one of those don't we want to fill?
Let's go with the.
How do I know? I don't know what they are. I don't know.
Well,
stop.
They're listed right there. Can
All
I
right.
see the sheet back?
In one sentence or less, I want to see 250, 300 back in. I like the recommendation for something that's consistent with our employees as a compensation package of 212, whatever those numbers look like. Police pay, absolutely. That's all I have to say. I'd like to hear what others do unless there's save rounds.
Well, I mean, I think, obviously, we don't like to raise utilities, but we do want to take care of the infrastructure. For many, many, many years, we did not do that. We've done it for part of the town. From my standpoint, I think we need to finish that. If we go down to 5%, then we're going to end up having to put more out of the utilities fund balance, and right now that's pretty low.
Well,
It's 300 and some thousand we're pulling out of it. I don't think there's but 900 and some thousand in there.
no, actually, there was negative $120-some thousand at the end of last year, and Debbie told me yesterday that she believes we'll put close to $1.2 million back into the utility fund account.
That's good. But the
Okay.
300,000 is coming out to balance it right now.
Right, so now you would be down to, my math would tell me that'd be
Right.
potentially $900,000.
So we could go down to 5%, but we'd have to.
Take another
Bond
300, we'd have
payment is going to require us to have that income.
We'd have to
raised.
take another 300 out. I gotta tell you guys, let's just stick with one fund at a time. Let's
Steve,
get through the general fund. We can come back and
Well,
talk about it.
she's the one that brought up the 10%. That's why I had to react to it.
So if we could get some information on the different budget impacts of what you guys were talking about with the 311, 211, whatever. And if we could, again, look at the unfilled positions, and Ed, if you could maybe go through the departments and look at those, and tell me how long they've been vacant. How long, I know last year there were police department positions that have been vacant for a year that never have been filled. Just not use you for an example, Chief, but, so I want to know, how long have these positions been open, and are they crucial positions? Because on this piece of paper, there's $600,000 sitting there in the budget.
Well,
If they've been open for a long time, they're not that crucial.
apparently, we had a problem getting utility bills out this month.
No, we talked about funding that one.
Well, that's one of
That's
these.
one of the ones we're talking about.
Then we have a wastewater treatment plant operator. We have a billing supervisor, a billing customer service rep. We have a public works supervisor. We have a remaining police sergeant that we're trying to fill. The other ones were taken off. We have a senior stormwater construction specialist. We have a stormwater construction specialist. We have an accounting technician level 2, and we have an administrative support specialist number 2. The total of those, as near as I can figure from Debbie's numbers, total load with FICA, benefits, everything, is $637,000.
Let me put that on pause.
But the issue I'm saying is
You want-
we don't really know what
But that's not, I mean,
Leon,
we don't agree, it's not our job. It's not our job. That's not our job.
Not our job.
Okay, council, I want to make a motion to open back the public hearing and hear what the public has to say. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Public hearing.
Aye.
Motion passed. Please. All right.
Lynn Conto, 807 North Carolina Avenue. For what it's worth, we have a huge issue in this country with people not being able to retire because there's no money being put away. So like 5% of people can retire and have it funded independently in our country of people that are over 65 right now. It's a huge issue, it's a crisis. So Congress just passed an act today to try to help that. But the 213 or the 2122, whatever you put in the 401k, you are helping people invest for retirement and have a retirement. So I would highly encourage you to think of that. I'm sure Holly's already shared that with you, but I would say that is a huge, huge issue that you should address with our employees.
My understanding, the town started that back in the 16-17 fiscal year, the 401k, correct?
Right.
And then the very next year, we increased it to 1%.
I also say we have 99.9% participation by our employees. We have the highest participation rate in the state.
They must think it's pretty important if it's that high.
Message received.
And it's probably.
Anybody else? Jerry?
I'm Jerry Kennedy, 1001 Carolina Beach Avenue North. There's an important word that you said, and Steve actually said it. I've heard concerns from the employees. You need to listen to your employees. We spent hours talking about the police and listening to the police. You have an answer. Your employees want some type of retirement. So that is very, very important. So I ask you, listen to your employees. That's the only thing I've heard come back from you, that input from the employees.
Thanks, Jerry. Yep.
Hi guys, Amy Hooker Kid, Clarendon Avenue. I bet you know what I'm going to talk about.
136,000.
Yeah, 136,000, go back in the general fund. And just curious as well, so all the budgets that I've looked at, and Steve, I'm sorry, I know that I was driving you crazy. I'm like, what about this?
It's
You know,
okay.
can we look at the link?
I appreciate the help.
I mean, can we look at the, because like all the budgets that I've looked at, and I've been hounding Debbie and Kim and Jerry and whoever else I could get in touch with this week, I'm like, is Clarendon, is the multi-use path in the budget? And then every iteration I looked at, it wasn't, and then magically
I will
it
tell you,
was.
yeah, because your prompting reminded staff that we didn't have it. Sorry, sometimes you wish what you wish for. It wasn't.
No,
We
you
forgot.
can't be serious.
I'm serious. We forgot. No one told Lucky that it was, in January, council approved, and council approved it in January. We went through a hearing, we said, yes, we will approve applying for the grant, and in order to apply for the grant, we have to show that we have the matching funds. And so we did that in January. We got a new manager in February. We've been in a tailspin and a whirlwind since then. And Debbie, which is why the mayor pointed it out, has been doing a yeoman's job fixing some budget questions. One of those was, oh yeah, we forgot to do the set aside for Clarendon, because Jerry came back and said, guys, the feds are going to yank the money. You got to get the project going in September. Get moving.
Okay.
So yes.
So can you please tell me what bar is open after this so that everyone can come and buy me drinks to console me for reminding you guys of the project that I would like for you to forget?
Jerry would have caught it.
Anyhow,
Jerry would have caught
I know, he's a professional. So anyhow, I just would like to remind you that that is $136,000 that could go back to the general fund or many other fantastic and very necessary things that the general fund could fund. Gracias.
Hey, Patrick.
The night's not over, Lee. Patrick Boykin, 702 Elton Avenue. With all the questions that have been going on here tonight, it's hard for the residents, as I sit out there, to get behind it and say, yes, we'll support a 2-point increase on property taxes, as well as, some percentage increase on utilities. The information's just not there to say, I hear you, and it's the right thing to do, So it seems like there's numbers being tossed around, and I think I heard earlier tonight that the 2% increase on the property tax would yield about $400,000. We talked about $400,000 here, so, it just seems like there's still work to be done to convince the residents that you're making the right decision. Thank you.
And to convince council as well.
You took the words right out of it. Yeah.
Great minds think alike.
To the crowd. Anyone else? Okay. Sure, there's more to present. I'm going to make a motion to close public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, so I have a few things. As far back as 5 years ago, each budget says the same thing, that we want employee retention, increased pay, and take care of them. Every year since then, the percentage of employees that leave this town is increasing. Whether it's a correlation not to management, to leadership, or to us adjusting their benefits. But to give residents an idea, currently we offer no COLA to our employees. We offer a 4% merit and a 2% 401k. The year before that, we offered 0 COLA, 3% merit, and 1% 401k. The year before that is when we created the 401k. We offered 2% COLA. So if you notice, one thing as an employee in most organizations you work in, you want something that's set. And this is one of the things that we've done every year as council. Whether I'm on council or the people before me, is every year we immediately go to their COLA, to their merit, to 401k. That's a small correlation on why staff is leaving. I would love to put something in play, and we find a way to keep that there. That way they know that there is something that's consistent all the time. If I was an employee here, what the hell? I might not get 401k, I might get COLA. My merit's 1%. Most organizations are offering anywhere between 5 and 7. So that speaks volumes on why our staff is leaving. Whether leadership's not doing the right job, yeah, that could be one thing. But if you go to your work, more importantly, because of happiness. Yeah, you can take the small pay cuts and pay the bills, but at the end of the day, you want to know that you're happy and you're comfortable. And if we aren't doing those things as a town, then that's a thing that we're gonna fight every year. In regards to the general fund, I'm happy to see we put money back into it. Last year was my first budget. I was a bit upset, and I didn't like the process that it went down. This year is a bit of a shitstorm, and I'm really not upset, pleased with it. Excuse my mouth, because here we are, at the final hour. We're not happy. The person who should be here isn't here. However, I do understand he's on vacation. We have town people that don't know if this is the right thing that we should be presenting to our residents. So there's a lot of small hiccups that are going on during this budget season that have all of us frustrated. We're not necessarily frustrated with each other, but with this system that's been going on for the past 60 days. So in regards to the general fund, I'm cool with 200 grand going back into there. I prefer not to raise the taxes. And I'd love to be able to throw some money back that we can take care of the staff if we can in regards to pay. I think that again, we need to find some sort of COLA merit 401k that we leave in play. Just leave it there for the next, until someone says, hey, not next year, we gotta change it. So yes, I do like the idea of the 3, the 1, and the 2. But at the same time, yes, we need to put money back in. If I'm correct, the 5% for utility equates about 280,000, correct, Debbie? Roughly, I think is what that was.
She gave us that number, that's about right.
So for residents that, obviously it does something, your bill may go up $7, but 10% equates for $500,000 to go back into the bonds and the loans that's paying for what we're doing infrastructure-wise. So where do we find those balances at, and what do we do? Do you want taxes to go up, or the utility go up $7? It's hard to bite that bullet. More than likely, it depends on who goes with that, yes, but no. If we are able to cut this much money, the original budget he presented was this. Then we went back and it was cut $400,000. Now it's cut $600,000 with the possibility of $136 that could slide back in there. So yeah, it is frustrating for me. But that's my 2 cents. I'd love to see at least, hopefully, 200 grand go back in. Benefit-wise, 213, I'm 100% cool with that. I'd love for it to stay that for eternity, and we kick money back to take care of our staff.
Well, where does that money come from?
We have 400,000 right there.
But if you're talking about keeping a constant, and then all our bills go up.
The utility's gonna go up. Utility goes up 5%, that's 280,000, and kicks back in on top of this, or the $500,000 that goes.
Okay, well,
different fund. I'm sorry.
We're going to talk about utilities. That's
fund.
okay, because Debbie put it up there earlier.
We'll look at that.
It's $1.2 million
It's going back
in new debt service. You got to cover $1.2 million in new debt service. That's why the manager came back and said you got to go to 10%. I think we can do the $1.2 million because we already have some revenue. We're already in excess.
Yep.
I think you can do it at 5%. I can support a 5% utility rate, and if we cannot afford all those projects this year with the 5%, we don't have to fund them. And if that means we can't do everything on the north end, or we can't do one of those other projects, we can't do them. But going up 10% to me is not a swallow. I can get to 5, and we're going to have to do it again. But there's at some point we've got $100 million worth of infrastructure projects that need to be done in Carolina Beach. We bid off $27 million. We got another 15 or 17 on the books.
We just showed $36 million that's going to be coming at the horizon.
Well, I'm telling you, it's a total of $100 million. We did these numbers before.
Yeah.
So at some point, you either don't do the project and you keep putting it off, which we can't afford to pay more in utilities forever. So on the utilities, I think we can direct the manager to live with a 5% increase, and those numbers that Debbie can't swing with LGC on our debt service ratio, and you can't cover the $1.2 million, we can't do them.
I agree.
Well,
I'm okay with that.
I'm good with that.
Everybody knows.
We promised the people 5% years ago, not 10%.
But we also, at that time, did not have another $11 million worth of projects
No,
that
I
we're now
understand.
financing for $1.2 million. We've
I
had
understand.
people that show up and said, wait a minute, what about I need this, we need that, the community needs, we came up with 11, I think it was close to $11 million worth of infrastructure projects that Mark's saying, you guys, you need to do that. It costs you $1.2 million a year in debt service. So if we didn't have any of those projects, we don't have to raise utilities at all. Okay, don't do the projects. Tell the people on the north end, tell the people in Project C, you're not doing that. I don't think that's what our community, they said they wanted to do them. So I think we can live with 5. I would challenge the manager to make it work at 5. And if he can't afford all those projects, then pick the ones you can't do.
Prioritize.
Well, let me talk, please.
Didn't step on you, Tom.
No, I didn't. I just wanted to make sure I got my points in. It's an election year, I can tell. But the bottom line is...
Not running.
Huh?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not running? I didn't say that.
Nice.
Tom, are you running for council this year?
I'm not sure yet. But one thing,
Go back to you.
I know what I'm going to say right now, so let me talk. We haven't raised taxes in this town for a long time. Where in the world is anybody seeing prices not go up? I mean, the cost of what we're doing in the ground for our infrastructure, it's just getting more expensive. Yeah, we can push it off, say 5%, but we're going to put off projects that we've got low interest loans from the state that will not last forever. They'll go away, which means that project will be more expensive later. And also, is it fair for the citizens to stop our infrastructure now when we've got a lot, A and B, they got that done. They've gotten the new infrastructure. Are we supposed to stop now just because the pressure's on? I think we need to stop now. Obviously, if the public doesn't agree with us,
No, but Tom,
November they can vote.
what I'm trying to suggest to you is,
Yes.
Debbie says she believes we'll have $1.2 million in revenue above expenses this year to put back in the utility fund. Okay? The manager said he needed $300 and some thousand and a 10% increase. If you did a 5% increase, he needs $600.
That's a
$650. Okay, so we still have excess revenue. And yet we haven't raised the fund. If we raise the fund another 5%, we should get at least $1.2 million next year, plus the increase of the 5%. And I believe those will cover your debt on the new projects in C. And what I've challenged the manager to do is to come back and run those numbers with Debbie and say, yes, we can afford all those with the 5% increase. And if not, you're right. People can vote in November and say, I want someone that'll do projects or someone that doesn't.
I don't disagree with them running the numbers and letting us know more information based on that. But the last information I heard was we needed the 10%. If they can tell me different, then
Well, I think that's what Debbie had on the.
Prepared to vote for different.
I think that's what she had on the screen earlier. One of the very first slides that Ed had showed those utility rates. What was news to us in the last 48 hours is we're actually $1.2 million to the good in the utility budget at the close of 2019. This year's budget, it ends June 31st. Projected excess revenue will be $1.2 million. It is hard for me to look at the public and say we're 1.2 ahead of the curve and we still need to raise it 10%. You can call that election season, you can call it whatever you want. I call it math, and it's just too much for me to do.
Well, but we have to have some savings in that fund. We can't delete it totally. We don't have that much in there now. We may have some later, but you don't know what emergencies are going to take place. When we dug in the ground, we found stuff that we didn't know existed that we had to correct. And those overruns, we may need that 1.2 to be able to do the projects. I just think that's short-sighted to, try to skimp it back. I just don't think that's a wise move. But I'm only one. We don't make any decisions as a council unless we vote in open session.
So here's where I am. Great that the police pay. We already got that cooked in. That's a must. 5%. We've signaled and have for a number of years to the public 10, 10, 10, 5, 5. That's what we've been selling you guys. So I think that's a good move. We'll have some numbers. Deb's already shown what that impact is, $280,000. Joe Dan's point on retention, talent management, and compensating the employees makes good sense. We heard about the TSP today. Let's see what that looks like, but that's probably where we go up. Fund balance increasing. Want to try to get it on a positive trajectory this year. We have. We'll show that. The next storm that comes is going to cost over $1 million, maybe $2 million. FEMA ain't going to pay us right away, guys. We have to have that money on hand to respond to it.
They're just now finishing paying us for Matthew.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw the post out there that said, you got to get that money back from the feds quicker. They're still paying out Matthew dollars.
You guys know they work on their own time. So those are just a couple of broad strokes I have. I think we're getting closer. Maybe some of those positions, Leanne, that you show is not filled but funded. Maybe there's something there that could...
And let me just be clear. We might need to fill them all, but I haven't been given information on that. And that's what I'm asking about. So maybe how long they've been vacant and what is the ranking of their priorities. We might need to fill them all, I don't know.
So,
But all I see is $600,000 sitting on a piece of paper
So what-
holding place spots.
so what information do you need to know that's going to satisfy your curiosity about this?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
I said it a while ago, but I'll say it again. I'd like to know from Ed, how long these positions have been vacant, and what is their priority ranking per that department. If they've been vacant for a year, like some in the past have been in the budget, I would have to ask myself, how central is that position if it's been vacant for a year? And who's been doing that job? I don't know, because I'm not the town manager.
So there's that. Debbie's given us the 10 to 5 on the water sewer rates, the difference there. We see a couple $100,000 back into fund balance. Taking a closer look at the benefits to favor TSP. I rest my case.
And it may be a description of what those positions are, would be helpful.
Sure.
So I'll just reiterate my concern that we've struggled through a budget season. This has been arduous. This is a debacle tonight. I think our manager, frankly, did not know what he was buying into on how to budget in North Carolina, and I would like to get the man some assistance. One of the reasons that we didn't keep an individual as a town manager is he didn't have the budget experience, and said he didn't want to do it because he didn't have the budget experience. And asking our finance director to create a budget, and several of our senior staff people have said, we're not sure what our budgets are. And if Lucky was here, I'd tell him that to his face. We've got a problem. We need to get someone that professionally understands how to do a budget. You better get this thing put together in the next couple of days or a week, because we got to vote on it by the end of the month. That is the state law. And for 5 people up here that are not in the finance business of government finance to try and figure out exactly what these numbers are is ludicrous. Our job is to do a 30,000-foot elevation and direct policy. I don't know what your job description is and whether you're important or not. I know that the manager says yes or no, the police chief says yes or no, or the fire chief says yes. That we tell them, here's your budget, go fill your department. For us to do that, and I'm not it's just, we're not public finance people. We need to have someone come in and help the manager get it done. And there is a candidate out there that can come in and help. And he's been here before, Tom, and we need some help.
I understand that, but I think it's a little late to do that. We hired this individual, and we've got a budget. You may not agree with all the pieces on it.
Tom, we don't have a budget. Tom, we don't have a budget.
We have a budget, and we have some tweaking we want to do, but we have a budget. I mean, I've seen a lot of numbers. That equates to budget. It's not a budget until we vote on it. That's the only difference between what this is and what we actually have.
Tom, it just sounded like you said we need help.
I don't think we should.
I'm just not confident and convinced that we're there yet, and if there's some help available, I'd certainly like to have it.
But the good news, just so we have until July 1st, council has until July 1st to adopt the budget, and you can have as many public hearings as you like during that time period, and you can have as many. And as many special meetings as you would like to have.
I detect some level of facetiousness there.
No, I'm just letting you know that you do have beyond the June.
We require you to be here for everyone.
That is fine.
Not to look stupid and incompetent in front of people more than once or twice.
Well, we've had many, many budget meetings, and as you can tell, it's quite a passionate topic amongst council members because we're trying to do a good job and do the right thing. So we're not just letting it float through and say, here's the numbers, you have no problem, you get everything you want. We're not doing that. As you can see, we're not doing that. And we really are trying to do our job, and this is my second or third budget, and this is the most difficult one we've had to deal with.
Mm-hmm. The presentation is what frustrates us guys. Like Leanne said, see all of us up here, damn it, we're trying to do the right thing.
We want everybody to be happy, everybody.
And that's not going to happen.
Huh?
Can't make it around.
I made a suggestion.
Take a look at it and reach out to him tomorrow.
Ms. Fox, did you have a suggestion? You look like you did.
I do not.
We don't even know if this person would be available to look at it.
We do.
Yeah.
We do?
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good idea too.
The question is, this person doesn't necessarily want to step on the toes of our town manager, but I will tell you, today is Tuesday night, we're not getting anyone back until next Monday. The last time I looked at the schedule, that's the 18th. You know, we've had 7 budget meetings. To go through 7 budget meetings and be in this position is just embarrassing. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Final comments, council? Okay. Ed, you got anything else you want to show us that's compelling? Do we want to see anything else?
Well, I guess, is there a consensus? Would people want to have someone come in and help?
I say yes.
I say yes.
Yep.
There you go.
What are you saying down there?
Said no.
Recommending,
Listen, I'm saying no, that's all I'm
okay,
saying.
recommending a motion on that. Okay. Steve, you have a motion because I did name.
No, I have direction for the assistant town manager to get with the town attorney and discuss an individual, see if that person would be available and under what circumstances, and if so, how.
Is that pass muster, Kim? Okay, done. All right,
JD?
let's move on. Let's move on. Debris removal.
I think we should all just take a minute and do a little.
All right, Jerry, speed it up.
Trying really hard to not close my eyes.
I'll be jogging by tomorrow morning.
Thanks, guys.
See you.
There's more, don't leave. Janice, I'm trying really hard.
Fire away.
Should be far less stressful. So every year, the town bids out the debris removal contract for our emergency services. This year we changed things up. We've typically gone through a different consultant. This year we used Boston Consultant, and you know, by going through the consultant, not doing it internally, you're ensuring that you're going to meet all FEMA guidelines and meet all your procurement standards that are in place. Just a point of note, 2019 was the first year in quite some spell that we'd actually enacted our emergency debris contract. And some facts here for you. 725 cubic yards of vegetative debris were removed through Hurricane Florence.
Is that from us or from the county?
No, it's us. It's going to be. 450 tons of construction and demolition debris were removed and 863 cubic yards of sand removed from the roadways. Total, that represented a cost of $497,000. So.
That's half what we put on.
No, we put almost $1 million.
1.3.
The new contract, some of the pluses here, it's every year, it's been every year for I don't know how long. This is a 3-year with up to a 2-year extension, which will save cost and having to go back out for bid, how to procure that contract, and also establish a relationship with that contractor. Hopefully we'll have a relationship with it, but should the need be. The wide-ranging model that's in this contract, it does allow, we saw improvements that needed to be made within our contract this current year, things that could have been different for us through Hurricane Florence, things that we probably left on the tree that we could have pulled off had we had a contract in place. This nailed down all that stuff. This nailed down all the stormwater pipes that can be cleaned should we need it done. We didn't have that in place before. Leaners, hangers, things like that. It solidifies all that. We can do it. We just have to say when and do it. So it's a huge improvement for us. And once again, the pre-positioned debris contractor, in accordance also with the monitoring firm, will ensure that we're quick, get the town up and going, and seek the maximum FEMA reimbursement when it comes time. So that said, we put the bid out. There were 4 very competitive, responsible bidders that submitted bids: Custom Tree Care, D&J Enterprises, DRC Emergency Services, and TFR Enterprises. Custom Tree Care, they were actually our debris contractor this current year through Florence. They did a fantastic job.
Oh, they did.
And DRC was our sand debris removal contractor this year, which this is also another change to this contract this year, is it is all one contract, not multiples, just one. That said, with the bid tabulation, the recommendation of staff is, and the consultant, is to offer a primary contract to Custom Tree Care and a secondary to D&J Enterprises, based on the bids and the qualification of those.
Questions? Council?
Sounds good.
Okay. You're looking for a motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With that, I make a motion, excuse me guys, make a motion to offer a contract to primary to Custom Tree Care and secondary to D&J Enterprises. And there goes my screen. Anything else I need to add to that?
As presented.
As presented, yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Hello, Jerry.
Good evening. Late evening.
Okay, not to muddy the water or anything, but I got some other grant opportunities we can talk about. And I've had this conversation with a lot of folks in town hall. It's springtime, early summer budget season. It's also grant season. There are opportunities, present them, thumbs up, thumbs
So
down.
is that what STPBG is, springtime budget grants?
Yeah. It's quick, man. You gotta find that. No, these are MPO grants. They change the acronyms every year just to have fun with this. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Okay, I'm up to speed now. So we got this is a pretty new call for projects, came out April 1st for applications for STPBG grant funding. It's basically the same federal pot of money we've done Greenway with, and KURE project and Clarendon Avenue proposed. Projects have to be in the 2040 plan. This time they're letting us take them out of the appendix, which broadened the field some. So it's 80-20 match program. We ran this by the CB Bike Ped Committee and talked about a few projects. The one that keeps popping up is kind of the next top of the list is St. Joseph Avenue, Lewis Drive, dual bike lanes from Lake Park Boulevard, Lewis Drive around to Access Drive. So it's a high priority in your pedestrian plan, the bike plan, when we can do an Hanover plan. So here's the numbers, and these are based on estimates we got from the contractor that did paving a couple of years ago, and I put a contingency on it. Something I always keep in mind with these DOT grant projects, if you got to plug in, always makes sense plugging in contingency. They require you to put in a 15% instant DOT admin fee. It was money well spent on the Greenway project, KURE. We had an inspector on site every day, so it increases the cost of the project. But you got a professional out there every day monitoring the contractor. But anyway, so the total on this is 572, 222. And that's the grant match breakdown. So to do basically $570,000 project, we're looking at $114,445 match.
So our 400,000 now would drop down to 280. Because we have to have this to be able to match what the grant is, correct?
The total is 572, the match would be 114.
But because it's a budget season, that means that 114 we'd have to put to the side with that 136, correct?
Right.
So then our number went from 409.
Right, and as fate would have it, the applications are due July 1st. So if we're going to do it, I've got to have the resolution support.
So one of those isn't getting done.
I'm sorry?
Right.
So the Clarendon one, we had to put 136,000 to the side to match that grant. But this needs to be in by July 1st, so if we decide we want to push for it now, that means we need to take 114,000 and move to the side.
Right, and I thought about that too, and.
Don't get me wrong, this is super important.
And this is something we have been working for so long, is to get bike lanes or sidewalks. We could do either one right there, bike lanes or sidewalks on St. Joseph Street to get people off of Lake Park Boulevard. And that is the road they're using to get off of Lake Park Boulevard. And you know, I hate to turn down that opportunity.
St. Joseph's, I know.
Right. I go down there every day, and we all do, and people are in the middle of the street on the curvy road. And I understand we're talking about money, but wow, what an opportunity to get that done on St. Joseph Street for the citizens.
But we got to replenish fund balance.
When do you need that money, Jerry? When would you need a resolution to move forward with the application? That doesn't mean we get the grant.
That's right. I need a resolution to apply for the grant. Couple months
Show
out.
that we have the money.
And once we get awarded, then it's, you're talking next year before we really spend any money. By the time you go through the process.
Could we push it into next year's budget season?
We would be into needing to spend some design.
Leanne, you mean into the 2021 budget? So
The issue is if we don't get started petitioning for these grants, it takes years to get these things done. I mean, we really have to, be forward thinkers.
Now, here's another angle to it. The MPO, they've got a backlog of money. They get a lot of money in every year, and they've got a backlog because everybody's got a lot of projects going on. Everybody's choking projects. They're trying to shovel money out. If they don't use it, they'll lose it. And so this money, they ask for projects for the 2020 through 24 budget. They say, give us your 4 years worth of priorities. So I got a couple more things to show you. That's not to say there won't be another, and I questioned that. I said, does that mean you're not going to take any applications next spring or next fall? I said, no, we'll probably open it back up. We're just trying to, get people to think long range, and so we may fund some of these projects. We may only fund your design dollars. They may only fund that. It's like, I get 15% design, including that total construction cost. So they may say, we'll fund you for design this year and then next year. So I don't know until I send it in.
And St. Joseph Street was, what, number one priority, I think, or two on that list?
Plan. Yeah, we're down to it, behind, Clarendon was number one in the bike plan, and, we've got the Greenway, we've got KURE done. We're just going down the list of priorities from that.
And I do have a lot of concerns with the Publix and the shopping center coming. What kind of traffic is that going to put on that area, and what about the safety of our pedestrians? That's just, I'm throwing that out there. I'm in favor of the resolution, but I know Steve's been working on it with MPO.
I am in favor of it. And yes, I hear the budget concerns.
Yes.
And yes, I don't want to raise property taxes until this is my 8th budget. We never raised them yet. We're looking at this year. We haven't had increases in gas costs more than it did 10 years ago or 8 years ago too. Anyway, bottom line, we ought to do it. Our residents what I keep hearing people say is, gosh, what makes this a great place to live? Family, community, place. What are the kind of things we want? We want that small town feel. One of the things you don't get in a small town is a lot of traffic. We have a lot of traffic. The way around that is bike trails and sidewalks. You might call that a frivolity. You might call that a luxury. And it may be. But if you don't start, you'll never get it. So you got to start putting these things in the budget. And we can have a difference of opinion of that on locations, because I understand when it's in your front yard, I get that. But I can tell you that for every person in here that says, I don't want it, I hear from 8 or 10 that say, we need more. We did the bike trail on the Greenway, people love it, okay? And we're getting more and more experience. It is a danger when a particular resident calls me and says she can't ride her bike on St. Joseph with her 2 small kids. You got to get down to Nikki's for some sushi. She said, I want more bike racks. What do I need to go door to door and get petitions? You got to start somewhere. I know that doesn't work for everybody. It works for a lot of people that are calling me, and I can support it.
I think we're not saying we're not for it, but however, that just means we have to put 114 to the side now. Correct?
I don't know, because I think what Jerry's saying, the way I understand it, we have some time. It'll probably be next year's budget, but you got to do some design stuff. The question is, if you do the design stuff and you choose not to move forward in the future, then you have to flush that money.
That's right.
And there's no way around that. I'm going to tell you how it is. I guess.
St. Joseph, you need back roads to the back bars.
So I guess then the confirmation is, can we assume, I guess no way to know for sure, Jared, but if you could track that down, will this be an impact in the next budget
as far as money out of pocket, they're all reimbursement grants.
Correct.
So once you adopt the resolution and we apply for, we get the grant, and then we get an agreement. Well, once we sign the agreement, we're committed. And with that commitment, we're still not out of anything except what we spend. If I say the project costs $500,000, $100,000 design, if it comes in at $50,000, that's all we spend, and that's all we get reimbursed. I always bump it up. I always put a contingency in there because I'd rather be high than come back low and say, hey, I'm 100 over, I got to come back $4. But it's the actual construction dollars. That's where you get into the big bucks, and that likely with the DOT process, although they're streamlining it, it's going to be probably next summer earliest before we get a bid on anything.
Start looking.
I mean, it's hard to turn down almost $500,000 of money given to you that directly benefits our citizens.
I don't think anybody's
It's hard.
against it, just.
We need to be sure we know if there is a.
And I think Jerry's saying he's on a time restraint to apply for this grant, so he has to know tonight.
Rock and roll.
Now, you're going to present us with something else that we can motion for both or one at a time?
That would be, there's a couple more parts. It's good news from here, but I want to move
I
forward.
think all of it is. We get a lot of feedback. Bike and ped, more of that, good. Less stormwater, bad.
Yeah, I got some free stuff. Hang on. So I need resolution 19-2202 adopted. If I'm going to apply, I got to submit that with the application.
Okay, so if we're going to proceed, you need me to recite this, Kim? Yes.
Yes.
No. I'm looking at Noel. She's.
I think you just make a motion to adopt resolution
Yeah,
number 19.
That's a lot of words. Okay. Yeah.
I make a motion to support resolution number 19-2202.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Okay, there's a couple more parts of this. We talked about this earlier. This is the DOT granted approval for us to get a traffic signal at Lake Park in Hamlet. We didn't ask for it, but they did the traffic study, say, hey, you can have it, we don't have any money. We're working closely with DOT. There's a TCC DOT liaison that approached me and said, hey, I want to help you get the money and get that light. I said, okay. So she's actually putting this application together. And she said a couple months ago, she may be able to get some money for the match. I said, well, that would be great. I got an email yesterday. She said, I think I found you the money. It's not 100% yet, but it's a pretty good baby. Anyway, this one, total cost of the traffic signal is $221,000. So the 80% grant would be $176,800. 20% town match is $44,200. So that $44,200 is, where I'm pretty sure she's going to come through with the money. I'll know in the next several weeks. But in the meantime, the MPO staff told me you better go ahead and adopt a resolution if you want the light, just in case that money falls through. I said, okay, we'll play it both ways and play it on the safe side. Anyway, if you want to proceed with this one, it's resolution 22.
Can we relocate the flashing? Can we relocate the flashing, blinking sidewalk lights that we just put up there? If we get that street light?
We've already got it. We've already got lights there, but what DOT approved us to do is double side and blink.
Right.
Yeah, but this is for.
We're not supposed to stop right there.
Right. Oh, we put them somewhere else.
Yeah, we can relocate.
Maybe we just paid for it.
I think you could.
Good answer.
Yeah. Maybe that goes back to the final ask, the consolidated approach.
And so we didn't ask for that, and they're going to give it to us, and it's costing us minimal money. But that is an area that the DOT found was very hazardous right there at Hamlet Avenue, and we've heard a lot of citizens say the same thing. Because that's where it becomes 4-lane, correct? Is that right?
Right in that area.
Yeah, right in that area, so the traffic is faster through there.
Okay.
And I know it seems like a lot coming from Jerry and the bike ped, but we're trying to get ahead of how fast our town is developing. Because we know if we don't get ahead of it, we're going to be lost.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of rare. You don't ask DOT for something, they come back and say, hey,
Yeah.
qualify traffic counts, and all the things they look at, pedestrian counts, it warrants a signal there.
And they felt like that was a safety issue at Hamlet.
And it'll affect traffic, slow traffic down downtown. And anyway, so that one again is resolution 2203. If we don't, and that says you're going to provide the match, but if we don't need it, get the DOT money, then we don't have to spend it. DOT will pick up the ticket. This is an easy one. They'll just do a work order, put the light up. It's not going to take
All right, Jerry. Yeah, no, that's great. And I make a motion to adopt resolution 19-2203. I don't have it in my stack, so. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, that's just another picture there. And there's some other stuff I'm not gonna get into that they approved us to do on Hamlet, but, there's a lot of good interaction with DOT. The other couple projects that actually came from the, Lake Park Boulevard sidewalks, north and south, or on the south side, maybe a multi-use path. The manager had asked about that. DOT had pointed out that we need to complete the sidewalk system on Lake Park Boulevard if we're gonna ask for things like crosswalks. But they don't want you dumping crosswalk traffic where there's no sidewalk on the other side of the street, then you're in no man's land. So these obviously are not, it's over a mile of sidewalk, and we just don't have the engineering background to do it right now. I think these are next year projects, next spring projects. Anyway, they're filtering to the top of the list. So we just need to do a lot of preliminary engineering, take a look at that stuff. So that's it for that agenda item. Unless you have questions.
Thanks, Jerry.
Thanks, Jerry.
No, just thanks for your work on all that, Gary.
Yes. Damn good grant writer.
I mean, there's no way we could have done some of these things in town without those grants. We just would never even be conceivable for us.
You just hang out with Joe
Joe.
Cool hair.
Like that.
Hey, Joe Hutch.
Okay. This next item, something that Bike Bid Committee's been working on for quite a few months, and everybody feels like it's ready to bring to you for information. We got a map and a proposal to sign some of the bike routes. We don't need a formal adoption of the map or anything like that, just sort of acknowledge it. We've had is Mike off? Mike's still here. We got a couple committee members here, but we've been working on it for a long time. Of course, the purpose is to provide a map of good routes to walk around town. We've had internal staff, we had committee, subcommittee, we had the Wilmington MBO staff look at it, town technical review committee look at it, and content's going to change over time. So what you're looking at tonight, you may have comments, you may say, what about this, need to correct that. That's going to be an ongoing thing. We want to say, hey, it's a pretty good map, shows some good routes. So what the idea would be to get the map out there and get a full-size version, probably do a blow-down version for brochure, printouts, get it out there on all the town media. Because you can ask Nyla all the time, people stop in and say, hey, where's a good place to ride a bike and walk around town? So put that out there. And then, so the next step is signing some various routes around town. So I'll move on to the map. I know you're all waiting on. This is a cost. We walked around, if you do all these routes, we need about 150 signs, and we would purchase a share stencil template to do some paper markings with, about $4,000. Let me just show you the maps.
Because this is activity related, would that come out of the ARPA?
I was just getting ready to say that, Joe, now, for like on the same page. Well, and I talked to the chairman, Mr. Hoffer, and I said, don't come ask for any money tonight. But as we're sitting here thinking, I think we might could run that through TDA.
I see.
Tennis courts and security.
Oh, just squeeze that table.
I mean, it's a great idea.
That eagle's gonna start screaming any minute you're squeezing so hard.
There's also PAL
Paint my masterpiece.
There's a PAL bill funds. We put some of the signage out along the streets adjacent to the Greenway. That's bike fit, very eligible for PAL bill funds.
I think so.
I like that idea.
Yes.
So, and I think right now, we just get thumbs up and a nod. I think if you get new funding in July 1st, then but this is the map here, and it takes some time. I got some hard copy. You don't have to look at all that tonight. But so this second map is the proposed. If you see the highlighted areas, proposed routes, all this stuff. If you kind of look at that, you got the central area, you got Cape Fear, Clarendon, tying all back in with the Greenway, circle around Alabama. Then you got the North End Canal, C-Band, Georgia, Florida, Virginia Loop. Anybody that rides and walks, I mean, these are the routes you do around town anyhow. So we want to, sign them, share them for safety.
You're doing a lot of number 5.
What's number 5? That's right. Lewis, we got St. Joe and Lewis here, circling around back to access and all that business. But let me roll through this just quickly. So if you, okay, here's the logo we're talking about coming up with, and this again, the chair, Chairman Hoffer has been working on this for a while. But we've attached the signage, directional signage, 2 stop signs, town speed limit signs. When we need to, we can put up some posts. This is the sharrows here we would paint. But if you look, if you go back to these maps, and you look at those routes, and then you flick forward, and then you look at, there's our bicycle map. It's not new science or new data, it's just reaffirming what we've adopted through the public process for the past 8 or 9 years. Here's the central routes, the Greenway tying back in with Alabama, north end routes, St. Joe and Lewis tying back in with the Greenway system. So anyway, I think it's well thought out. It's also consistent with our adopted plans. So big safety issue, if we sign bike routes, put sharrows down, that's also going to make it safer for pedestrians. You feel like, as long as there's signage out there. So anyhow, I don't know, Mike, you have some follow-up? Anything you want to add?
I'd rather not talk if council.
Hey, the guy almost told me, don't get up here and talk about it. So.
Well, Mike, if we could, while he's going through, just thank you and the committee's work for putting this together. I know it's been a lot of work, and I was just, I think maybe we could look at funding that, like Jerry said, through some other issues, other funds, but that's awesome work that you guys have done.
Well, thank you.
Don't sell past the clubs.
What? Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm going to intro the next one too. So we'll keep you guys updated on progress on that.
Very close
Okay, I'm going to intro this.
Jerry, you waited this long? How many of these you got?
7.
Are you the next guy?
No, it's not.
Are you the AIA?
Yeah, well, I'm going to start it. G's going to talk intelligent. This goes back to 2016. We got grants to do, we got a water and a sewer AIA asset inventory and assessment process, and those were grants through Division of Water Infrastructure, and it was basically to tie in with the whole City Works process, and we got the final report. I do need to emphasize that we get the final report presented tonight, and we need to reflect in the minutes that it's been presented to council. Then I can go ahead and send in, and we can close the project out and get reimbursed for the rest of the money. So that, I'm going to sit down and let Gigi talk about it, because she's a lot better.
Mayor, Council, thank y'all for hearing me out. I just wanted to give you a little bit of overview of what this grant actually provided for the town. But before I get into it, I think maybe just an overview on City Works, what it is. I know we talked about it, it came up last week. So I just wanted to kind of describe it in a little more detail. So CityWorks, they describe themselves as an asset management system that's built exclusively on Esri's ArcGIS. It's designed to help local governments and utilities manage public assets and their associated data, work activities, and business processes. That's pretty much how we're using it. So we use it for our asset management and work order management software, and then we also use it for our permitting and business registrations, and in the future we hope to use it also for inspections and for code enforcement and special events and some other things as well. So this is just an overview of our asset management side of it. I just listed out some of the assets that we're currently using CityWorks to manage. With the operations department, we're going on, it'll be 2 years in October, so we're doing a pretty good job of using it to manage all of the things listed here. I hope to soon get hydrants on that list and meters as well. I know that Mark requested a handheld GPS unit, and meters is something that will be used to track the location of, so when they're hidden in someone's yard, they don't tear it up and find it. So that will be useful for that. We're also using it for work order management, which we use it to generate work orders for crews in the field. They're now using their mobile devices so they can get those in real time. And in addition to that, they can track labor, equipment, materials for easy reporting. I know, Brian, we were able to crank out how much we spent managing Freeman Park for a year. So that kind of information is really easy to get to, quick access. And then also, we're able to track work performed on assets for external reporting. So I was approached by one of the crew members not long ago asking if we could report out our line cleaning and show where we cleaned 10% of our lines for the year to the state. And so that's something that we can definitely use this for. And then, just to clarify, this is definitely an internal system. This software is used to manage assets and business processes internally. However, there are some aspects of it that can be used for the public, such as service requests. So it has a service request module that allows us to track caller information and location of service requests, and ultimately put in a work order for crews to go address that. Because it relies so heavily on GIS, I was able to create this web map so that residents could track requests that were put in, see the status of it, and keep up with it in real time, as well as receive email notifications when these work orders are created and completed. So we're doing our best to get this out to the public, even though this really is kind of something that we're using to manage our very expensive infrastructure internally and to keep our permitting process moving smoothly. Permit management. So we use it for permitting. I recently configured business registrations in CityWorks, and I plan to do inspections, code enforcement, and then ultimately a public portal. So one thing about CityWorks that works really well for us is that we're able to review permits among different departments. So operations, planning, fire, everyone can look at the permit application concurrently, and that ultimately just speeds up the process. We also are managing, issuing, and expiring business registrations, which makes it a little bit easier to get people to renew those registrations because we're tracking it all in one location. And then future configurations, so being able to schedule and track all business building inspections through CityWorks, special events. We can track all code enforcement issues and the correspondence details that Joe, the amazing Joe, has with all the residents about the issues out there. And then finally, the public portal. I know that's a biggie. Jeremy is telling me about getting that going. So eventually, yes, this will provide a platform for residents to create an account online and apply for their building permit and submit all their documentation and complete that whole process online. We're getting there. So how much is it? $23,000 a year for maintenance and support. That doesn't include what we've invested up to this point. But from this point on, just maintaining it is $23,000 a year. Is it worth it? In my opinion, it is. CityWorks is the industry leader in asset and work order management. I've used another system at a previous employer, which was a little bit less intuitive and a little harder to learn. So in my opinion, this is a lot simpler for crews to understand. A biggie for me is that it works seamlessly with GIS. So being able to manage that map component of CityWorks through GIS definitely simplifies things. Again, that integration between work orders and building permits is a big deal. When we have new construction permits that come in, we're auto-generating tap verification work orders for crews to go ahead and get that started, so there's less lag there. CityWorks has an interface or a user interface on the back side that can be modified without being a programmer. So that's a big deal because I can go in there and change things as needed without having to do any coding. We can do customizable reporting through Crystal Reports, and then additionally, CityWorks supports their mobile application. So yes, anyone can make an app. However, having one that's supported by the manufacturer or the programming or the developer definitely simplifies things. So in my opinion, it's absolutely worth it.
You had spent the last year or 2 years writing different processes that different departments can go through. Because the utility guys have a different need on their work order than the Parks and Recs people or different departments. Have you been able to get most of those written so that the planning department has a permit tracking for new construction versus Joe, who has his checklist for code enforcement versus the guys in the operations department or utilities? Do we have those? So are we going to start to see that? Because that's been
code enforcement's coming. I haven't set that up yet. The asset management side of things is set up. Aside from some other assets that we'd like to start managing, it's functioning. I just put a report together to show work orders completed so that we can start completing them.
So are you starting to see this? I mean, are you getting the interface with staff where you're starting to see the guys in the field and ladies in the field working it and starting to see the bugs worked out, so we're going to get some quality reporting coming back?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, it definitely takes several years to be able to rely completely on the data, but to me, just the fact that staff has no problem stopping by my office and saying, hey, can you add this in? Can we fix this? How do I do this? We're definitely working through it. And then, of course, with planning, that's ongoing. I mean, I'm always...
They need a lot of planning.
We're doing a good job.
To quote,
Gigi, what year did we start using CityWorks?
So operations went live with it in October of 17.
17. So just a year or 2 years?
2 years in October, yeah.
2 years.
Yeah.
And do you have to input everything that comes in, or do the department heads or individual departments put that information in as well?
Anybody can really put it in, so you can call, I mean, I train town hall staff, people that are answering the phones. Anyone that answers the phone should be able to put in a work order. Supervisors are putting in work orders, crew leaders are putting in work orders. Anyone at town hall can enter work to be done.
So that would be where we need to make sure that management is getting all the different employees
Right.
to push through and do that. It takes a little bit of training, and then it takes habit, right? To be able to fill those out so that we're getting that quality tracking, that we're getting the benefit.
And that's kind of why it takes a few years to rely on it, because you do have to work the kinks out as you start looking at the data and realizing, oh, we should have captured it this way instead of this way. I mean, it's definitely a process, but we've got buy-in from the crews, which is a biggie. I mean, the fact that they love it, they like that they can have it on their phone. That's generally the toughest part, is getting your crews to buy into it. So having that is a big deal for sure.
hey Gigi, also I'm going to get a quick 2-3 slide tutorial on the town website so a citizen knows how to submit a. Did I jump
Yes,
on you?
so that was another
A
point
work
I was
order,
going to
okay.
make. I'm also working on with 3 options of redesigning the website, and part of that process, or once we do redesign the website and have a new site, I'd like to try and do a form, I think we discussed this before, where residents can easily submit their service requests. As it is now, requests are submitted to info@carolinabeach.org, or you can call town hall and then staff will enter the request. But moving forward on the website, I'd like for people to be able to just enter it into a form so that you kind of know exactly what you need to fill out. And then unfortunately, staff will still have to enter those requests into CityWorks, but it's just a little bit more cost-effective way to start than jumping into a third-party application that would do that for us, such as C-Click Fix. So AIA. As Jerry said, this was funded by the state, and what they were ultimately providing us was 3 things: an inventory of our assets, which is basically just a snapshot of the assets owned by the town. And this took place before I got here, but maintaining that accurate inventory is an ongoing thing. Again, is where the need for that handheld comes into play. A criticality analysis, which is determining our most critical assets, and then a condition assessment, which determines the condition of our assets. And of course, this is just for water and wastewater.
So are you putting that back with the finance director so that she makes sure we have the appropriate insurance and we're tracking the values so that when we have storms and we get damage, one of the things FEMA, we have to have some inventory and evaluation, and we look before doing an insurance policy on these. I'm hoping that we're getting this information back and coordinating that.
We can use this for, all assets.
No, we can. My question
Well,
is, are we? So that's a question I'm going to direct back to Brian and Mark and Debbie to make sure that we're doing that.
so a biggie on this is that it basically is an asset the AIA grant provided us with an asset management plan, which is criteria for having future funding. So we can be awarded additional points for having this plan in place, which is definitely an important thing to have. So I'm going to talk to you about the criticality analysis. Now, I'm just going to give you kind of an overview on this because I'm not a water sewer person. I'm just a CityWorks person. So the way it worked, we worked with a consultant, and they came in, and I sat down with them and with our water and wastewater crews, and we discussed our assets and which ones are the most critical. Well, of course, if you talk to staff, they're going to tell you all of our assets are critical. That's why we have them. So the consultant gave a great analogy that I appreciated. If you end up in the hospital from some sort of accident, they're going to look at your head and your heart first, because although your legs and arms are very important, without your head and your heart, those are useless. It's the same theory applied to this. So of course, we need every single water and sewer line we have. That's why they're there. However, which ones are the absolute most important? For example, a force main is going to be an extremely important asset to make sure that things are moving the way they're supposed to move. So with working with them, we took the water and broke that up into 10 basins and then 11 sewer basins. And they looked at the water and sewer lines in there and then individually scored what they thought was the most important. That information was then taken back by the consultant. They performed some statistical analyses, which was something I was not a part of, and they came back and ranked all of the lines within those basins and the pump stations based on the most critical to the least critical. Then the information for that scoring, so everything was scored 1 to 5, that information is then transferred over into GIS, and that can be used for planning for future capital improvement projects and for preventative maintenance. The second part of it is the condition, or the third part of it is the condition assessment. This is looking at our vertical assets, so lift stations, wells, wastewater treatment plant, and the water treatment plants. And the consultant provided us with several templates, and those templates consist of questions that you would ask about each asset. So the one that I've got up here is a generator. It's kind of blurry, but they set this up for us in a test site and provided crews or the guys with all the templates. And ultimately, I'm going to sit down with them at some point, go through those templates, decide which questions they need and don't need, make it work for us, and then based on the answers that you put in here for each asset, you get a score. And using the scores along with the criticality, you can determine where to focus your efforts for preventative maintenance to make sure the system's functioning as best as possible. That's really the gist of it. Y'all have any questions?
Council. Thanks, Gigi.
Sure.
So how much are we gonna be reimbursed? It wasn't at the start of this,
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Jerry, what was the
total? I like the money.
Sorry, y'all, it's late.
So, total project was, water and sewer was $360,000, and we got $300,000 of that in grants, and so we'll get that. The $60,000 was our match.
Right.
And so the 300 was our 80%, and so we'll get all that back.
300
grant money. So
Good.
I had the numbers and I lost it. We're still going to get
That's in
close to
utility.
200,000 back.
Is that part of the 1.2?
Yeah, that's utility fund.
Debbie, is that part of the 1.2?
She knew that was coming.
Or is that on top of it?
And this is in a capital project fund, so it's not
On top of it.
those numbers.
In addition to.
Bennett.
Look the other way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Since item 7F was struck from the agenda, the last thing we have is expanding the town's no-wake zone. Ed? It was touched upon earlier by all. Yeah.
Good job for your first time.
Oh, thanks. My first time here.
So the map on the screen shows the northern part of Carolina Beach. This line here shows where our no-wake zones end to date. So everywhere south of this line is no-wake zone all the way down to the town marina. There's also a no-wake zone around the wildlife boat launch. And the proposal, Mr. Olin Furr came up earlier that he had self-championed was to expand our no-wake zone in the area in the vicinity of Joyner Marina. So it's just expanding that. We cannot extend it into the Army Corps buffer for the channel. That has to remain open. So the proposal would be to add buoys, and we're actually looking at the Harbor Commission putting in versus buoys a few piles, 2 or 3 piles with signage, which in my opinion and the Harbor Commission's opinion were a lot more effective than having the buoys down. So we'd like to have a few piles in here and then probably some buoys down on this end to delineate where the no-wake zones would be. So before you is a resolution to consider adopting it. If you adopt that resolution tonight, it will go back to North Carolina Wildlife and the state for consideration. It's about an 8-month process. So once it is in place, we will fund putting it in, and I'll have to go back and check Mr. Burke's comments earlier about if we have to maintain that or not. As far as all the other no-wake zones, we do maintain those signs. If I can get state funding to help out with that, we'll look into that as well.
And have you got any feedback from the boat captains or our tenants in the marina on this?
Yes, well, we did bring this to the Harbor Commission, and typically we have quite a few, and we did that night as well, boat captains there, and they were all in favor of increasing the no wake zone.
Sorry. We got so many papers we're looking for the agenda.
Oh, you want the resolution?
Yes, sir.
Motion
Motion to
that we approve resolution number 19-2205.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Kim, are you there? I'll throw you a lifeline. I've got the motion for closed session. She did. Non-agenda before.
Did you pull the committee appointments?
Yes,
That's next.
7F
Okay.
pulled for July, so.
Okay, so I have a non-agenda item. Are we there?
Yes.
Yeah.
And since the police chief is still here, I hope that he would be able to address it. I read in the letter from the PAC that there was some discussion about not having the bike rodeo and also National Night Out. If you could comment to that.
The bike rodeo is, the funding is collected by the Blue Lions, a nonprofit, which some of the police officers are members of. And there's a committee, which some of our PAC has always been a member of that. And the work and tireless effort, I can't comment enough. It's a lot of manpower hours, especially collecting the prizes and stuff for the attendees. I don't believe we have the manpower necessarily in the police department to do it this year, and we certainly don't want to go below the level that we've gone to the last few years.
And I read that in the letter, and I understand. So I was trying to figure out a way, because I don't think it's fair for our citizens and our children not to have that. And I do realize there was talk about doing it every other year anyway. So I did ask Parks and Rec if they would be interested in taking it over in conjunction with you guys, and Eric said that they would, and I talked to Joe Dan, and he gave me the nod. So, and they're suggesting maybe a smaller scale and maybe move it to the lake or Mike Chapel Park, or just trying to take the burden off you guys to have so much.
Being strategic about the, Eric's not here, being strategic about maybe what time of year might be best, but I can tell you that, maybe later. I can tell you that the committee members are well versed. They know the details of it.
Right, I'm not saying that they wouldn't participate. I think that maybe taking the burden off the police department and letting Eric take it over with his crew. They're getting so good at these events.
I would welcome a partnership.
And I know they've already been a big participant in it.
Usually we start planning in February for this year's bike rodeo, so that's where we are in that. I do know that we're still going to try to do National Night Out. It just may not.
So here's my question: when you say try, is that yes or no?
Well, I talked to Lieutenant Marcaselli and Detective Sonny Russell today, and we're working on it diligently. And I think we're going to bring Dex in and have her. Angie did a lot of this stuff. Okay.
So Eric is saying he can do them both. If you guys don't feel like you can do it,
well,
I don't want the citizens not to have it.
Yeah, I'm not saying we can't do it. We're going to need.
But you're not saying you can.
You're welcome to help give you the manpower to make it successful.
Thank you, because if you've ever been to the National Night Out, it is
I have every year.
Wonderful event, a wonderful community.
Well, it's a one-night event.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And usually it coincides with family night, so that makes it even better.
So when can you give me a yes or no on National Night Out? Somebody.
Talk to Marcaselli tomorrow.
Now Eric's saying he can do it, and he doesn't mind pitching in until you
We
get.
have plans of doing that. That's not something that takes months and months of
Right.
effort and expense is low. I think National Night Out is completely doable, and we plan on doing that.
So that's a yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I just don't want us not to do those things for our children and for our citizens. You know, that's not the kind of stuff we need to cut out. You know? And you know what? Why don't you throw in the bike rodeo and let them work on it this year and restructure it and just be a helping participant in it. I know it's tough.
I would welcome that partnership.
You know, are you okay with that, Joanne?
Thank you.
And I didn't mean to, jump over your department heads, but I just asked Eric if he felt like that's something they could do.
Yeah, that's something that Parks and Rec usually participates in. So
Right, that's what I thought too.
I'm guessing you just want them to take a more active role.
And if that takes the burden off of the police department for this year, I think that's awesome. You know?
We lost our biggest asset for the rodeo earlier this year, so that is huge.
What's the asset?
Stu.
Maybe he could be a guest appearance.
He will most definitely probably do that. But losing him was huge because Stu did all of the fundraising. I mean, he went out and did all the fundraising. So,
Well, I understand.
Councilman McKee helped him quite a bit.
well,
Right.
there's a whole committee. I mean, Jasmine
Right.
McKee, myself, Jeff Hogan,
Right.
Diane at Shore Break Bikes. I mean, there's a whole group of us that have done this for several years now.
Right.
But Stu was the driving force, so
Right.
that's,
I understand and I appreciate everybody's work. I just don't want to throw it to the wayside. It's such a great event. So and I know Eric was here and I told him I was going to bring this up in non-agenda. I say run with it if you guys want. If they want to run with it and you know, call you guys with the committee members. I thought in Bike Ped would probably like to get on board and help as well. But that's why we kind of need to let them know if we're going to throw that over to Parks and Rec.
I'll talk to Marcuselli in the morning.
Well, I mean,
And I think we can look at the calendar, and even if we set it
talk
back,
Mark Sally about National Night Out, but I think we need to go to Bike Rodeo. Parks and Rec.
Would be good.
Huh?
It's great, October.
What's that?
October.
I don't know. I say let him figure it out. They're pretty good at planning
The reason I say
events.
Marcuselli is because before Stu took this over, Marcuselli did do the bike rodeo, so he has a lot of
Well,
background.
but the letter I read said that we're not doing those things this year, and we are going to do them.
Well,
I
we
just
can-
haven't decided what departments will do them.
The bike rodeo got canceled in April. I mean, it just went away. Okay, we had a meeting scheduled in April.
So this makes it moves.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Good planning. Thanks, Deb.
Thanks.
Chief, thank you. Other non-agenda.
Are you okay with that?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Steve? Nope. Non-agenda, Tom?
Nope.
I have nothing. Just, Ed, thanks. Thanks for taking charge tonight. You know, appreciate you being here, and Deb again. You know, multi-task. We'll follow up with Matsu at the end of the week. Maybe a glimmer of hope. I have nothing else. Joe Dan?
Yeah, I had something. So December 12th, 2017 is whenever I was sworn in. And right before that, I went to every council meeting, every workshop, everything, just because I wanted to see what I was going to get myself into. And I watched the council members, and I watched our previous mayor and our previous council people. And at the moment I think there was a moment where I thought that I nominated Tom as mayor pro tem because I figured maybe there's a point that it's time for him to start voicing things. And I think he was that silent guy, and maybe it's just time for him to kind of move on up. So afterwards, I reached out to him and said, Tom, you got to shine. It's your turn. It's been a year and a half, and after the hurricane, I told you I was a bit disappointed with you as mayor pro tem.
I heard that.
And I think even now, it's after every meeting, every Thursday I go back and I rewatch the meeting to see what I can learn from, what notes I can take that maybe I missed, and how residents are watching, because video shows different versus live stream here. And I have to say, as a council member to Mayor Pro Tem, I would love to make a motion to remove you from Mayor Pro Tem, because I think that where I visioned you and how I gave you that vision to step up to be Mayor Pro Tem, that you aren't meeting that. Last year, there was 2 specific times where you told residents who were wanting to run a business that they should just pack up and leave. And these are people that have their life savings and want to do something great for our community. The majority of the time that we have conversations, one of your very first things is always some sort of a negative or why it can't be done versus we should look at it differently and how we can do things to better our community. Same times when we rebuttal with some of the other council members, it's always this, well, it's got to be this way, it's got to be that. We're here to better our community. We're here to better each other on council. You should always say, hey, there's a way to do these things. Let's find the right way to do this. Let's talk it out. And I've been extremely disappointed. And it's been sitting for quite some time to where I really had to mull it over to determine that I wanted to sit here and say, hey, I want to put a motion to remove you from Mayor Pro Tem. It's nothing personal, it's just that I feel that where we are, I care about our community. I get nothing out of this. It's the people, it's where we're going to be in 5 years, it's where we're going to be in 10 years, it's where we're going to be in 20 years. You get people that come up to this, And some of your first thought process is something negative to them. And these are people that pay everything. The pedal pump, last March, you specifically told them, pack up your stuff and don't do this. I didn't catch it until I went back and watched the live stream. And I was like, oh shit, did he just tell people to not do this? And these are people that pay our taxes and do all the things that we need to. And the more that I go through my notes, and I watch these every Thursday, I see how you respond. And you can always see where I turn to you and say, there you go being negative Nancy again, because you have so many responses or the negative connotations or residents that are coming up here, or the things between one another. That's, whether anybody on this council agrees with me or not, I vote to make a motion to remove Tom from your
You're right.
Okay, is that your motion?
It is.
All right. Any comments before? Specified things that you believe are worthy of consideration. Anybody else, if passed, you would recommend for pro tem? I'm not asking now for an answer to that, Joe Dan. I'm just pondering those thoughts. So you made a motion. All those in favor? Motion does not pass.
I appreciate that.
Any other, any non-agenda? Okay. With that, going to move to motion to go into closed session to discuss a personnel matter in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A6. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, I make a motion that we close session. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. I make a motion that we move to terminate the contract with the town manager. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
I'd make a motion that we put the said town manager, Ed Parvin, as the interim town manager and direct Mr. Parvin to seek assistance from the League of Municipalities for some assistance and also from potentially a third party to finish the budget.
All those in favor?
Aye. I'd also like to leave the meeting open so that we can set another date for a budget meeting.
Yeah, we have to recess to a certain time, so.
Let's look at that. With enough ample notification, what, 3?
No, you don't, if you recess the meeting,
Oh, we cut
then
that
you
in.
can just, you have to state a specific time at which you will reconvene. So,
Could we theoretically say Friday and ask Ed if sometime tomorrow he thinks that's enough time to get some numbers, or would you rather wait until?
Can we contact the individual in the morning and find out what
I
their
think
schedule is?
try to shoot for Friday.
I have no I would say Monday would be a safe time, because it would give Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay. Monday I won't be here. I'm coming back. You don't need me. You got a quorum, so
No, we need your manager. And when are you coming back?
Tuesday.
So I would suggest that we adjourn until Friday the 14th at 6 o'clock and ask between now and then if the interim manager needs more time, he can ask us for that. But we're rapidly running out of calendar.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Alright,
Joe, you'll be back on the 17th or 18th?
17th, correct.
So if Mr. Parkin's unable to update us with an updated budget that we're all fairly comfortable with on the 14th, then perhaps it would be the 18th. Well, I think it's important that, on this, it's important that we have all 5 of us here.
Right.
Can we extend it from the 14th every, okay.
Every day we can extend it every time.
Okay.
So 6 o'clock on the 14th.
So we're motion to recess until Friday the 14th at 6 o'clock. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Now, that